just going to this new wrapper?
There's some of that. I think there's a bit of
yeah, exactly.
There's a bit of a preference where a lot of the model portfolios prefer ETFs as a wrapper. So, for example, we've seen a lot of flows into our active funds like BINC, BINC because of that model allocation. Right. The model portfolios prefer the ETF wrapper. So you're seeing some of that. I think a lot of it is just advisor money. You do see still quite a bit of institutional money that's less sticky, but it's pretty broad based.
When you sit there in your offices here, and you have to look down at the evil horde in Pennsylvania. I mean, are you talking about basis point analysis? Are you guys down to where you're going, I think we got to cut half a basis point, 0.005%? Are you like in a price war like gasoline stations?
Yeah, I mean, I think we look at how our clients use the funds. We segment them based on those use cases. We understand, if they price liquidity over longer term holdings, and we sort of price based on those use cases. That's how we look at it.
Right. I mean, Paul, remember like a bond was, it's a field goal.
Yeah.
And then you'd make a stick, which is 1 percentage point.
Yeah.
Field goal is 3 points. And then they'd be like, you do 75 beeps. Then we do 49 beeps.
What do you guys think we're going to hear from our Federal Reserve this week?
It's interesting. We're in some pretty tumultuous times. There's a lot of headline volatility. I think they're going to be, they're going to stick to the message, right? They're going to, I think they're going to reiterate sort of a wait and see. Inflation has been a lot more sticky. I mean, we've been talking about this for a couple of years. That we expected it to be a pretty bumpy ride and perhaps be a little more sticky than sometimes the market was expecting. I think we're kind of seeing that. Now, whether we have settled in at a higher level than, the much talked about 2%, not sure, but it's definitely proven to be a little more sticky. So I think they're going to advocate patience.
Thank you so much for BlackRock. Here are our shares and fixed income. Nice update there. And the flows are titanic. I've seen it from Bloomberg, DrPaulCottrell, and there's Emily Graffeo, which is absolutely stunning flows. Here is everybody 401ks up. There is some of that. Futures, negative 17. With our news in New York City, Michael Barr.
Thank you very much, Tom, Paul, Lisa. Russian President Vladimir Putin is demanding a suspension of all weapons deliveries to Ukraine during a ceasefire proposed by U.S. counterpart Donald Trump. That's according to people with knowledge of the matter talking to Bloomberg. The two leaders are set to speak by phone on today about ending the war in Ukraine, with a key objective being the 30-day truce that Kyiv has already said it's ready to accept. President Trump says he expects Chinese President Xi Jinping to visit Washington in the not-too-distant future. That's despite talks on tariffs between the two countries being stuck at low levels. Wendy Schiller is head of political science at Brown University.
He's already sort of conquered his own party. He's already conquered sort of the Congress. He may or may not conquer the courts. Now he wants to conquer the world. Why shouldn't the leader of China come and talk to President Trump? He's trying to establish the United States as a player in a very different way than we've seen for a very long time, but he's still trying to do that and establish power.
Brown University's Wendy Schiller was a guest on Bloomberg Daybreak. Israel launched airstrikes across Gaza, ending a nearly 2-month ceasefire with Hamas, with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu vowing to act with increasing military strength to free hostages and disarm Hamas. Hamas says the airstrikes have resulted in at least 400 people being killed or missing. A federal judge in Washington pressed Justice Department lawyers on whether the Trump administration violated his order. The judge told the administration to hold off on deporting a group of Venezuelan migrants being removed under the Alien Enemies Act, a wartime law, but the migrants were deported anyway. On Air Force One, President Trump was asked if his administration violated the judge's orders.
I don't know yet. Speaking of words, are you planning to working for me? I can tell you this: these are bad people. That was a bad group of, as I say, operators.
An administration lawyer wouldn't answer many of the judge's questions, saying the judge had no right to the information. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg. Tom, Paul, Lisa.
Michael Barr, thanks so much. Had a meeting yesterday. You go in a room, there's like 14 people in the room. interns I'd never met, you know, that
Yeah.
could smell their badges so new.
Yeah, right.
You could smell the plastic. And the whole meeting was on Washington. Paul Sweeney, Tom King, Lisa Mateo, Michael Barr, major shout out to our listenership at 99.1 FM in Washington. We're just absolutely humbled by the different statistics they have of what they're listening. You know, the foundation, we figured out where the largest listenership in Washington was?
Where?
They go to U Street Northwest, and I'm like, are you kidding? We're house music at Ben's Chili Bowl.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, you know, that's what they play us live.
Very good.
Except
Gotta get
the
down there.
morning at Ben's Chili
So,
Bowl.
that place.
The rest, but mate, thank you, 99.1. And I got to admit, I mean, the truth is, this is anchored not by us. We can take a victory lap.
Hello, this is Dr. Paul Cottrell. We're live streaming on Rumble. We're live streaming on YouTube with the dashboard of the market. The market hasn't opened up yet. We're doing the live stream on March 18th. And I'm also live streaming on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. We are simulcasting on X Spaces. If you would like to ask a question or give me your opinion about what's going on in the news, please go to X Spaces, ask for the mic, request the mic, and I will give it to you and you can ask a question. This is an interactive show, so if you have any questions or comments, please put them in the chat box or come on live on the X Spaces and and join the conversation. So thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. Please help support my work by making sure you subscribe to all my channels. In the description box of all my videos, you can click the different links to subscribe to the 4 channels that I have on YouTube. The reason why I have so many channels on YouTube is because of the strikes, and I need to switch them around for the live streaming. I'm on Rumble, Bitchute, and Brighteon. And help support my work by donating. All these videos that I'm doing are for free. I have thousands of videos for free talking about international policy, what's going on in politics in the United States, finance and economics, and health and wellness and scientific endeavors. So please help support my work by making sure you subscribe, but also donating. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, on the homepage at the very bottom, and be a paid member to my Patreon channel. Again, I put everything there for free. It's the people that are donating, being paid members on Patreon that allows me to give you all this content for free. All right. Now, I did I did some videos recently about self-amplifying RNA that you might want to take a look at. It was about 4 or 5 videos ago. So you want to take a look at that. That's really important. I'll do another one that's tangential to the topic. But it's people that donate and purchase the products that allows me to do all this. I have lots of products in my store. I have ebooks. I have courses that I've created, which talks about and teaches you pulmonology and immunology. You get lots of PDFs, lots of videos, you get lots of content for only $50 for pulmonology and another $50 for immunology. So that's another way to learn and help to support my work. And I have great products on my store dealing with improving your health. And I'm going to tell you how to stack them. So please help support my work. Now, before we go to the videos, last night I did a live stream. I'm doing live streams in the morning, afternoon, and in the evening. So there's like two main shows that I do. So, pay attention to that. But let me just plug one product here before we start with the videos. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. And get the structural nano silver soaps. These are very high quality soaps that I use. But not just that, it doesn't have all those chemicals that you would typically get in a soap from your grocery store or from CVS or Walgreens. So please go to my store, help support the work that I do, and get healthier products like this structural nano silver soap. You can get it in peppermint, or in lavender. All right. It's in a new packaging. It's the same high quality soap that I've been offering for years, but it's just in a new packaging. I also have this charcoal tea tree and lemongrass in the old packaging. So please get a few bars of the soaps. Help support my work and help support your health and wellness. It's a win-win situation. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off. All caps, discount 5, you get $5 off. All right. With that said, let's go to a video here. Now, this was Fox News talking about the Gaza strike last night. Now, I did cover that last night, but it's evolving. There's a lot more people that were killed. When I stopped the show last night, it was at 112. I believe it's over 200 that have been killed.
Ourselves on TikTok. It's amazing to see how it's growing.
There's nothing else that would bring this kind of notability to our company.
We wanted to build a legacy, and that's exactly what we're doing on TikTok.
Of these strikes lighting up the sky, with the IDF saying it's going after Hamas targets like officials and infrastructure. The renewed fighting comes during the Muslim holy month of Ramadan, and footage this morning shows the widespread extent of some of the damage across the Strip. The first stage of the ceasefire ended 2 weeks ago. Negotiators have yet to hammer out a second stage, which would free the remaining hostages. Israel's defense minister saying this, quote, "The decision comes after Hamas repeatedly refused to release our hostages and rejected all proposals presented by U.S. President's envoy Steve Witkoff, as well as the mediators." Now, as Israel renews its offensive against Hamas, President Trump is also giving a warning to Yemen's Houthis and Iran, posting this online. Every shot fired by the Houthis will be looked upon from this point forward as being a shot fired from the weapons and leadership of Iran. And Iran will be held responsible and suffer the consequences. And the consequences will be dire. And his press secretary laying out the message even further. As President Trump has made it clear, Hamas, the Houthis, Iran, all those who seek to terrorize not just Israel, but also the United States of America, will see a price to pay. All hell will break loose. The Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, Iranian-backed terror proxies, and Iran themselves should take President Trump very seriously when he says he is not afraid to stand for law-abiding people. He is not afraid to stand up for the United States of America and our friend and our ally, Israel. And Israel says that it will continue to lay out this military pressure, something that it says it will do as long as necessary. Carly, Tom, back to you.
Alex Hogan live for us in London. Alex, thank you. Let's bring in former Assistant Secretary of State for George W. Bush, Robert Charles. Robert, the IDF says it learned Hamas used the pause in fighting to stock up on weapons in preparation for new attacks. Did Israel have any other choice than to do what it did last night?
No, Todd. Actually, and good morning to you all. It's absolutely a fact that Israel is and with Donald Trump's full support and the support of the United States of America, is making clear that we're back to a world of geopolitical consequences. Having spent a lot of time over in the Middle East, I will just tell you that sometimes you have to be blunt in order to get the message through. And what he's saying quite clearly is that Hamas and the Houthis and probably Hezbollah are out over their skis. And at the end of the day, I'll tell you, the consequences of this could be that there's no one to have a ceasefire with when Israel is done, because Hamas may be in their final days.
Okay, so over the weekend, the president ordered airstrikes against Houthis in Yemen. And then yesterday, as Alex was just reporting, President Trump put Iran on notice, said every shot fired by the Houthis will be looked upon from this point forward as being a shot fired from weapons and leadership of Iran. Iran will be held responsible. Will this action taken by the president, followed by this statement putting Iran on notice, change the posture of the Iranian regime?
It's an excellent question. You know, it depends how quickly they get the message. At the end of the day, these are all tentacles of Iran. Iran bankrolls Hamas and bankrolls Hezbollah and the Houthis. And I think at the end of the day, Iran's got to think very, very hard about what this president means. Donald Trump means what he says and says what he means. And thank God there is someone like Donald Trump there. I mean, there have been too many presidents who have been waffling, and in particular waffling in their support of Israel. And I think at the end of the day, this is a new world order for Iran. They're going to have to sit up, recognize that the next thing that happens is potential strikes against their assets. And I think he's making it crystal clear. Do not miss the message. The message is for you, Iran. You get it right, or you're going to pay a consequence you wish you didn't have to pay.
Robert, you said something in your answer to my question that I want to jump off of. You said, if this continues down the path that it currently looks like it is, there may not be a Hamas to negotiate with because it may be wiped off the face of the earth. Do you ultimately think that there is any proposal at this point, after we've gone back and forth for months now, is there any proposal that Hamas would agree to? Or in the end, is this a fight to the end for them?
You know, it's an excellent question, Todd. It really is. You know, is this, you know, are we going to think about Hamas like the Bolsheviks and the SS that they once were and they are no more? Or is there any room at all for a conversation? You know, I would tell you that at some point, all trust is lost. And if all trust is lost, this is the end of Hamas. If on the other hand, there's an immediate turn of tide, and you know they change of heart, and they can get these 11 hostages out of there, maybe there's some room to bring Hamas, whatever's left of it, back into the political process. But you know, I feel very badly not only for Israel, of course, because Israel is the constant victim here, but you know, Hamas has basically victimized the Palestinians in Gaza all over again.
Yeah, and there's still one living Israeli-American hostage in Gaza, Edon Alexander, and 4 deceased. And we eagerly await for their return to Israel or the United States and pray that that does take place. So last week, Robert, Russian President Vladimir Putin says he is open to a ceasefire deal, but he did not agree to the negotiated one that Ukraine signed on to. He said that he wants to have a phone conversation with President Trump. That conversation is happening today, which seems like a pretty significant moment. How do you feel about it?
Well, how do I feel about it, Carly? First of all, doesn't it just show you we're in a whole new world where Putin is calling Trump to please include me in the peace deal and let's see where we can go? Look, there are significant reasons for Russia to come to the table right now. They're using North Korean troops. They're using Chinese drones. They're exhausted. The popular opinion in Russia is beginning to turn. They don't even send the pine boxes home like in Vietnam. They literally just bury people on the battlefield, and mothers know when their sons don't come home. So I think at some point here, this was a war of attrition that was eventually going to stop. But what's fascinating is that Donald Trump is really taking a page, in my view, from Theodore Roosevelt, 1905. Russia and China were at war with each other. Russia and Japan were at war with each other. Japan had attacked Russia, and that war ended when territory that Japan had taken, Port Arthur and part of the Sakhalin Islands, was negotiated out in a way that allowed Japan to keep the territory, but a balance of power to be restored. And of course, Nobel Prize was given to Theodore Roosevelt for that. So at the end of the day, I think Donald Trump has taken the initiative, done what Americans do when, you know, as the world leader, he has said, you know what, this war has gone on long enough. We have lost thousands of young men and frankly, lots of civilians, and it's time to end this war. So I think it's fascinating. And I think a peace, you know, who knows, by July 4th, we might actually have a peace. Who knows?
Robert Charles, we will be watching.
Yes, we will.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Robert.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brighteon Channel.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interview.
All right. We're live streaming on Rumble, on YouTube, my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, simulcasting on X Spaces for the ones that are in X Spaces. Thank you very much for listening. If you have a question, please join the X Spaces, ask for the mic. You can ask your question or give me your opinion on what's going on in the news. This is an interactive show, so anyone that would like to join X Spaces and talk live on the live streams here, great. You know, you're welcome to do it. Just be respectful. All right, so I'm going to go to Bloomberg, but let me just plug a product here to help support the channel. Please help support the work by getting the great products that I have lots of products that are dual purpose, so that you save money that way. When you purchase something and you can use it different ways, you get more bang for your buck. So I partnered up with Rainbow Herbals, and we've developed these deodorants for males and females that will help to detoxify your body. So you use it as a deodorant every day, but it will help to detoxify your body. It's made from essential oils from the Himalayas. You can't get a deodorant as good as this, all right? It's all natural, has no aluminum, no baking soda in it. It's made from essential oils from the Himalayas. All natural. Now, you can get it in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree, or in citrus. So please go to my store, get these very high quality deodorants for males and females, get a couple bars for your household, use them, and help to detoxify your body. By helping to detoxify your body, you're going to help with your immune system and your endocrine system. Because a lot of chemicals that are out there that we're using in our everyday lives are endocrine disruptors and immune system disruptors. You don't want that. You want to detoxify your body. So please go to my store, get these very high quality deodorants, help with your health, and help with the content that I create for free. I have thousands of videos for free for people covering many different subjects. Okay. And since we were talking about detoxification of your body, zeolite is a great way to detoxify your body. Take 2 small drops underneath your tongue and drink filtered water. This will bind to heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals, including forever chemicals. That's the PFAS. And what it'll do is it'll bind to it and then allow you to urinate that toxin out in about 6 to 8 hours. All right? You take it every day. Now, some people prefer to take a more intense detox. For people that want to do that, and they want to do that once or twice a year, what you want to do is take 5 small drops underneath your tongue, drink the filtered water, do that every day until the bottle is done, and then you can do that protocol once or twice a year. But it is better to do it every day, because what's going to happen is you're expelling out those toxins more readily and reducing the chances of endocrine disruption or immune disruption. Now, another thing that's really important to do is make sure you drink your water that's filtered. All right, drinking filtered water is extremely important because there's too much particulate matter in non-filtered water. Stay away from plastic bottled water. All right, because you get the nanoplastics and the microplastics. It's been found that high concentrations of micro and nano particles of plastic can get lodged into the brain and cause dementia. Now, another thing that's really important is to make sure that you stay away from processed foods. Lots of processed foods have chemicals in it that are bad for your body and age you faster, causes inflammation and causes disruption within your endocrine system and your immune system. So stay away from those processed foods and look around in your home and try to get rid of the chemicals that you use to clean, or paints that are in your basement or in your garage, cleaning solutions, whatever. Now, some things you have to have, right? So for the items that you have to have in your household, put them in like a container that you can double layer or triple layer, like a container within a container within a container. And that way you're preventing the degassing of these chemicals, because even though you may not be able to smell it, you're breathing in these chemicals on a daily basis, even if it's in your garage. So at low concentrations, and because it's daily, you get that exposure that can affect your health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the zeolite, take it every day, drink it with filtered water, make sure all the water you drink is filtered, stay away from the plastic bottled water, and not just that, eat better, stay away from processed foods, and try to mitigate your exposure to chemicals in your home. It's a great way to detoxify your body. Okay, with that, let's go to Bloomberg. They're talking about the Federal Reserve of Japan, our Federal Reserve, the Bank of Japan, and the Bank of England all at the same time here, all to make cut calls this week. So a lot of international banking.
Hey, we're more or less all living in Putin's world at the moment, right? We're waiting to see what he will say. I think you have to understand that Putin is not interested in a ceasefire. Now, he said that in principle he's interested in it, but he still believes that Russia is winning, and he wants more concessions from Ukraine.
For the ones that are listening, this individual is from the Brookings Institute Senior Fellow, talking about Putin.
Upland, I'm assuming he means the biggest one in Europe is Zaporizhia, which the Russians now occupy.
Right.
And then he said assets. Now, I don't really know what he means by assets, but I would think that Putin's going to string him along on the ceasefire. What Putin's interested in is the restoration of U.S.-Russian relations.
Angela, Dr. Schelling, Thomas Schelling, the Nobel laureate, once told me the only way a war ends is somebody loses. Is Ukraine losing?
I think you cannot say Ukraine is losing. They're fighting back. They've lost some territory in Kursk, but they're still pushing the Russians back in one of the towns, Pokrovsk, that the Russians really wanted to take. But they're certainly not doing as well on the battlefield as they were before. They don't have all the resources that they need to win. And obviously, the U.S. has told Ukraine that they have to accept the ceasefire, and they have. And so Russia wants to portray this as it is winning. And that probably is how the war will end, if it ends.
Angela, what would be a successful call today for President Trump and the U.S.?
Well, I think the successful call will be if President Trump can say, we agreed that a ceasefire will be imposed soon, and then we can see what they say about territory. I mean, I think the U.S. is going to lean on Ukraine to accept the loss of these 4 regions that Russia claims to have annexed, but none of which it completely controls. And then on the nuclear power plant, I wonder whether we're going to get an announcement that somehow the U.S. and Russia will jointly run this power plant. So I think for President Trump, it's coming out and saying, we are going to have a 30-day ceasefire soon.
So if you're Ukraine, does Ukraine have any role? I mean, seemingly they're not on this call today. So how does Ukraine kind of inject itself here to these discussions?
Well, I think it's very difficult for Ukraine. I mean, President Trump is going to be negotiating for Ukraine without a Ukrainian input into this. I mean, Zelensky did accept a 30-day ceasefire, complete ceasefire, but they don't really have, as President Trump told President Zelensky in the Oval Office, they don't have too many cards at the moment. So it's unclear how much their interests will be taken into account.
I did 480 miles from Warsaw, Poland to Kyiv, and that's, of course, across all of Ukraine. I mean, the distance from Warsaw to the border is just like it's not even a tank of gas. What does Poland want out of this call? I'm fascinated by the adjacency, whether it's Belarus or Poland, frankly.
Yes, by the way, I've taken that train from Warsaw to Kyiv, and it's a pretty long journey overnight. What the Poles want, and what the Ukrainians want, and what the Europeans want is security guarantees for Ukraine when the war ends, and so that Russia is deterred from invading Ukraine again or even going further. Because they fear that if Russia wins this war, creates itself as the winner, it's not going to stop there.
Have we heard President Trump suggest security guarantees for Ukraine?
No.
Okay.
I mean, we've heard some vague suggestions from some of the other officials who've been talking to the Russians, but we've also heard Defense Secretary Hexas say the U.S. won't give Ukraine security guarantees. The Europeans are willing to do it, but unless the U.S. backs them up, they're not going to be strong enough.
Fisher's negative 23 here. VIX gives way to 21.33. Richard Portis of London Business School, of Oxford, Yale, with us earlier, and now the privilege from Georgetown University of Angela Stent. Her book is Putin's World. We welcome all of you worldwide on YouTube.
Angela, we talked about the role or non-role for Ukraine. How about broader Europe here? Germany, France, I mean, they have legitimate security concerns vis-a-vis Russia. I would think they'd want to have a lot of input here.
Well, of course they do, but they've been, largely excluded from these discussions. Maybe there've been some consultations, but they understand that the Trump administration really isn't interested in their input. So what they're doing is getting together, they're formulating their own policies, and they're going to try and do as much as they can to support Ukraine, again, because they see Russia as a major danger.
So again, I guess one of the issues is, again, the ultimate goals for Russia. What do you believe the 1 to 3 to 5 year goals are for Russia here?
Well, the ultimate goal is to get Ukraine to accept Russia's conditions, which is essentially a total surrender. The loss of territory that the Russians have taken since the war began, and recognizing that Crimea is gone forever, that Ukraine will promise never to join NATO, and that it will demilitarize its army. That's what the Russians want. And it's going to be interesting to see how much of that the United States is going to prevail on Ukraine to accept.
You opened Putin's world in July 2018. How much is that? Is it 8 years ago, 7 years ago? And nailed it.
Yeah, with the World Cup, right?
Yeah, Russia showed its best face to the world hosting the World Cup. The first sentence of Putin's world. What's Putin's face to the world now, Professor Stent?
Well, the Russians will certainly welcome back American investment and things like that. I think now it's, the face of the world is we're a great power. You have to take our interests into account. And, we deserve a place on the global board of directors. And you have to accept that we have maybe different interests than you, but you can't deny us that. So it's a different Putin. It's a more vengeful Putin, and a Putin who's insisting on Russia's rights as a great power.
Angela, does Mr. Putin still enjoy widespread support or strong enough support from just the people of Russia for his policies?
So the Russians that have remained in Russia, and don't forget 1 million have left since the war began, they broadly support his policies. But he's been in power for 25 years. The media is totally controlled by the state, and so that's what their information is. Yeah, but they do support him.
Angela, thank you so much. Angela Stent with us. My head just spinning over this. Oh, we're going to continue. Excuse me. Thank you, Rich. I had a brain freeze there. Professor Stent, stay with us, please. I look, that's my fault, Professor Stent. I look at...
So I want to just do a market update here. We have the S&P 500 trading at, or closed at 5,675. So it hasn't opened up at the moment. All right. But the futures are at about 5,711. So it might actually go up compared to the actual close from yesterday. We'll see. Now, the currency market, the Euro USD currency market is trading at 1.09. Oil is trading at 67.90 a barrel. WTI, that's WTI, West Texas Intermediate. The BITO ETF for Bitcoin is trading at 18.83. Bitcoin's at around 80, I think around 82,000 right now. And USD Japanese yen is trading at 149.82. So it was trading at 148, so the yen is actually weakening a little bit. So this, we might have a little bit of less stress in the market for the equities, a little bit, based on the USD Japanese yen. But VIX is still elevated at 21.39. So we'll see what happens in less than 15 minutes when the market opens up. Okay, with that said, I want to just plug my drops and lozenges and we'll go back to Bloomberg. Please help support my work by getting the products and stacking these the way I'm telling you to stack them to improve your health and wellness. I have drops and lozenges that you use during the cold season or during the allergy season. We're ending the cold season. It's still elevated compared to last year, but at this time, last year, so the number of cases, especially with influenza A. So, but what's important is just to be prepared, all right? Make sure you have drops and lozenges at home, at work, in your backpack, wherever, all right? Get a few bags for your household. Now, the drops are smaller than the lozenges. They're both made from structural nanosilver. And get the honey and lemon, the blueberry flavored or the cherry flavored. These are the drops. There's 100 in each bag. The moment you have that irritation in your throat, either during the cold season or during the allergy season, which is starting to happen right now, it's really important to mitigate it right away. All right. Now, the lozenges are a little larger. There's 21 in each bag, and you can get elderberry zinc and honey, manuka honey. To get a few bags for your household, be prepared. It's very important to mitigate it right away. If you let it fester and you start having problems and you get lots of irritation and you start getting nasal drip and you start, coughing later and all that, bad, all right? Mild infection that lasts for 5 to 7 days takes 2 weeks to heal after. You may feel better. You may feel asymptomatic, but it's taking 2 to 3 weeks to heal your body with mild infection, all right? So if you have that happen to you 3 times a year, you're literally almost 25% of your year is either not feeling well, you're sick, or you're healing from the sickness. So that's why you age quicker. So you want to mitigate it right away. If you mitigate it right away, boom, you have more of your bodily systems and more of your immune system focused on other parts of your body than trying to heal a mild infection. All right. Now you take this to the extreme where you had a severe infection and you had lots of pulmonary problem, let's say pneumonia, all right, or chronic bronchitis. And guess what? It's taking you much longer to heal that tissue, if ever. Because some of that tissue is going to go into irreversible necrosis. And when that happens, permanent damage. So the point that I'm making here is that if you catch it early, you recover early, and you do less long-term damage to your body. But if you let it fester and you have this happen 2 or 3 times a year, then your body is in repair mode or in sick mode for 35, 40, sometimes 50% of the year. And then you wonder why you don't feel well and you're aging faster. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, mitigate that irritant right away before it festers. Use discount 5 and get $5 off. Okay, Bloomberg's on break. Let's go to Al Jazeera. No, let's go to live now. There's UN's response is Israeli attack kills over 400 people now in Gaza. Truce stalls talk. 400 kills 400 plus in Gaza after truce talks stall.
The Israeli military reportedly residential buildings, schools, IDP camps, a trend that has been documented extensively by our office since October 2023. We're again seeing the scenes of mutilated bodies of children and bodies wrapped in shrouds. The Israeli military also issued a displacement order from several parts of Gaza, indicating a return to a pattern which led to the forced displacement of 90% of the Palestinian population in Gaza, often several times. It is unacceptable, even unimaginable, and once again find ourselves talking about this instead of supporting a path towards meaningful recovery and sustainable peace. The situation is compounded by the blockade of Gaza. For over 2 weeks
now, Al Jazeera
Israel
about this.
Demand of Ben-Gvir in order to join the government. There is a vote on the budget this month. So it is extremely important that he will be in the government, so the budget will pass and it will secure Netanyahu's government up to the next election on October 26th. So yes, it's extremely important to bring him back.
Okay, so Netanyahu being driven by political considerations. What about military? Does he believe that the Israeli military can in fact defeat Hamas, which they haven't been able to do so far?
It's really a little bit premature to tell, and it seems that these bombing are not really aimed at Hamas militants, but on Hamas infrastructure in general, about Hamas officials on the civilian side also. So it's not very clear, and their families, of course. So up till now, this kind of bombardment did not bring the result. Sometimes it even hardened Hamas position, but it does seem that maybe Netanyahu goes just from bombardment and hoping that Hamas will just give up and surrender and give up their hostages under maybe pressure from the people of Gaza that will feel so insecure. I'm not sure that they really think so, but this is, I think, what is at least being sold to the Israeli public.
Yeah, you bring up a very important point. The Israeli government has said that it's targeting Hamas and Islamic Jihad fighters, but as you yourself say, we've seen a number of civilian leaders being killed in the latest Israeli strikes. What does that tell us again about who the Israeli government is attacking here? Is it going after the fighters or the people of Gaza?
I think we don't know exactly, but it may be two reasons why attacking civilian officials of Hamas government in Gaza. One is to disrupt Hamas rule in Gaza and, make it lose the confidence of the people of Gaza. And the second could be even a simpler reason, is that they know where to find them because they are out. They more or less act in public because they have to. If they want to provide services, they have to be out. So maybe Israel just knows where they are, and it could targeted them while Hamas senior leaders and military leaders are probably in more secure places.
That is Meron Rappaport joining us live from Tel Aviv. Thank you very much for your analysis for now. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
As we mentioned, the White House press secretary said Israel consulted the Trump administration before carrying out.
Okay, I'm going to go to CNN.
And
they published 1 hour ago about what's going on in Gaza.
A fragile ceasefire broken overnight after deadly Israeli airstrikes rocked the Gaza Strip. Minutes ago, Israel's foreign ministry said this was in response to Hamas rejecting 2 concrete mediation proposals presented by the U.S. The sound and scene of strikes there in Gaza. In the aftermath, there are horrific scenes coming out of Gaza City. The Palestinian Health Ministry says more than 400 people have been killed. Gaza hospitals simply overwhelmed as doctors race to treat heavily wounded patients. One doctor telling us the majority of the patients she's been seeing are children.
I could hear people yelling outside, screaming. I heard ambulance driving on and off. The bombs have also been hitting tents and other structures where families have taken refuge. There's dozens of children reported killed, many more injured.
CNN's Jeremy Dinan is in Tel Aviv for us. Jeremy, what does this mean for the ceasefire? Obviously, we can see what it means for the Palestinians, but also for the hostages who hang in the balance.
Well, for the moment at least, this ceasefire is very much dead. The war is back on as the Israeli military launched a punishing series of deadly airstrikes across the Gaza Strip from southern to central to northern Gaza overnight. More than 400 people have been killed now, according to the Palestinian Ministry of Health's latest death toll. More than 500 people have been wounded, and as you noted, a number of those victims have indeed been children. The Israeli Prime Minister, in launching this offensive last night, said that it was launched because of Hamas's repeated refusal to release hostages. Here's a spokesman for the Israeli Foreign Ministry this morning.
Concrete proposals made by the American Special Envoy to extend the ceasefire. Hamas said no. So with no other choice, Israel is forced to carry out this activity.
And so, as you can hear, that is the Israeli government's justification, but it is, of course, important to note that Hamas said it was willing to continue to negotiate. While it rejected that proposal from Steve Witkoff, it wanted to go back to the deal that Israel and Hamas both signed on to, meaning negotiating phase 2 of this ceasefire agreement, which would entail an end of the war in Gaza and the withdrawal of all Israeli troops. But in recent weeks, the Israeli government has made clear it was not interested in negotiating that phase 2 agreement, instead looking to get more hostages out of Gaza without making engaging in those overall negotiations. Now, the real question is whether or not Israel and Hamas can come back to the negotiating table. It is clear that the Israeli military strikes are in part a pressure tactic here to try and get Hamas to agree to these new conditions to release more hostages. But in the meantime, of course, we are seeing what it means for the people of Gaza, and also the families of hostages now speaking out as well, expressing severe concern for the fate of their loved ones amid this bombardment of Gaza. Sarah?
It's devastating, and the families on both sides of it's devastated. Thank you so much, Jeremy Donnie. I really appreciate it. Israel has said basically two things are the reason for the end of the ceasefire. One, that Hamas did not release all the hostages, and because its officials say Hamas rejected the U.S. deal that was on the table. Are you surprised how quickly and how severe this attack happened?
Yeah, I am a bit surprised that it happened at this particular moment in time, but when you look at the dynamics of the Israeli political landscape, it's pretty clear that Prime Minister Netanyahu wants to not only keep the conflict going, he doesn't want to go to phase 2 of the agreement that was reached under the Biden administration. And that is something that, is really putting the population of Gaza at risk for the kinds of scenes that we're seeing right now. So what we're seeing is really the outgrowth of Israeli efforts to, yes, get the hostages back, but number one, to continue to pound Hamas, in essence, in an effort to destroy it and to make it completely unviable as an organization. That has not succeeded in spite of the massive amounts of ordnance that Israel has pounded into Gaza, and they're continuing to do this, but it's a strategy that really portends a war without end, and that's a very dangerous scenario for the Middle East.
I was going to ask you about how you thought this would end, and for you and for a lot of people, they don't see what the end is going to be. I do want to mention what Hamas is saying this morning, saying that Israel's coordination with the United States ahead of resuming the war confirms what it says is Washington's complicity in the war. The U.S. has been accused of this before by protesters here in America. What do you eventually see happening here in this scenario where there doesn't seem to be any way to get the two sides together right now?
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult, and I really feel for the families of the Israeli hostages, because that's going to, I think, be something that is going to be dragged out even longer. Hamas is, basically put into a bit of a corner, but they are still able to survive, and that very fact that they're able to survive does indicate that they have certain planning capabilities. Supposedly, one of the other things that Hamas, was planning was some kind of an attack in the style of October 7, 2023. If that is actually the case, then the Israelis will use that as a justification, or have perhaps already used this as a justification for their actions today. And that is something that, I think we'll see more and more of that. So the future does not look good for Gaza, and a resolution of that conflict, I suspect it will go on for 6 to 12 months from now.
All right, retired Air Force Colonel Cedric Layton, thank you so much for your great analysis this morning.
So you have been in communication with your team in Gaza. They're all safe and accounted for. But what are they telling you about what happened in the early hours of the morning when these Israeli strikes shook them from their beds?
Okay, I'm gonna shift over to Al Jazeera's live feed.
Promise of ending the war, the forever war, or not starting new wars is, all been annulled by this kind of support for Netanyahu's mindset. Launching a war against Yemen, supporting a war in Gaza, and threatening a war against Iran.
Marwan Bishara live for us in Paris. Thank you as always for your analysis, Marwan. The global reaction to Israel's breach of the ceasefire has been a mixture of condemnation and calls for restraint. The United Nations Aid Chief Tom Fletcher says that everyone with influence must insist this stops. Egypt has called on all parties to exercise restraint and give mediators a chance.
Now, what's interesting is that there was some news that was popping up on around Friday, where there was talk about ousting the Palestinians to, I think it was Sudan. But, and then this happens over the weekend. Now, the market has opened up in New York, and the S&P 500 is trading down at 5,642. VIX is trading at 21.62. Euro USD is trading at 1.09. Oil is trading at 67.87. Bitcoin ETF is trading at 18.25. And the USD Japanese yen is trading at 149.77. All right, let's go back to Al Jazeera in a moment.
Statement from the deputy spokesperson for the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres. The Secretary General himself is in Geneva, where he's taking part in informal talks with Cypriot leaders. Later on Tuesday evening, he is expected to head to Brussels, where he will take part in the EU meetings there, where he will be meeting with various EU leaders. These meetings were pre-scheduled before this latest attacks by Israel on Gaza, but from spokespeople within his office, we're saying we're waiting to hear if the Secretary General will make any more remarks in the coming hours. We'll be watching closely for that.
And with the Security Council due to meet about Gaza shortly, Gabe, what can we expect from that?
Yeah, this was a meeting that was scheduled, and it was meant to deal with the humanitarian situation in Gaza. As we've been reporting for over 2 weeks now, Israel has essentially had a total blockade on Gaza, not allowing any food or medicine getting in. This meeting was meant to address that. It was requested by Algeria and Somalia, with the help of, with the support of China, France, Guyana, Pakistan, and Slovenia. The Security Council members very concerned about the humanitarian situation in Gaza. That's why this meeting was scheduled. Of course, in the middle of the night, New York time, Israel broke the ceasefire, began its strikes again on Gaza. So we can expect that much, if not all of this meeting will be on Israel's continued bombardment of the Gaza Strip and what the Security Council can do about it. Quite frankly, for the past year and a half, the Security Council has been inept in being able to stop Israel's continued bombardment of the Gaza Strip. Now, with this ceasefire broken by Israel, it'll be interesting to see what Security Council members have to say in this meeting that will begin in about half an hour or so. We also expect to hear a briefing at the top of the meeting from Tom Fletcher, the UN's top humanitarian official. And towards the end of the meeting, we expect the envoys from Palestine and Israel to address the council as well.
Gabriel Elizondo monitoring all the developments from UN headquarters for us. Thank you, Gabe. Saudi Arabia's Ministry of Foreign Affairs has released a statement condemning the Israeli attacks on Gaza. It says, the ministry expressed the kingdom's condemnation in the strongest terms of the Israeli occupation forces' resumption of aggression on Gaza and the shelling on areas inhabited by unarmed civilians without the slightest regard for international humanitarian law. The kingdom stressed the importance of an immediate halt to the Israeli killing, violence, destruction, and the protection of Palestinian civilians from the unjust Israeli war machine. The statement also called on the international community to intervene and put an end to the crimes. Abdulaziz Al-Ghashian is a senior non-resident fellow at the Gulf International Forum. He's joining us live from Riyadh. An incredibly strongly worded statement from Saudi Arabia there. But what real pressure can we expect on Israel, on the US from Saudi, especially given Donald Trump's very good relationship with the kingdom and its rulers?
Well, thank you very much, Elizabeth, for having me. I think, firstly, as you mentioned, there was a strongly worded statement that came out of Riyadh, and I think this can't be overlooked. The reason being is that a great deal of disinformation is out there, and unfortunately there's a campaign of trying to make sure that Saudi Arabia is not siding enough with the Palestinians and not demonizing Israel enough. So this strongly worded statements is of the essence. So that's the first step. The second step is that we're going to see a great deal of lobbying. There's going to have to be a lot of diplomatic lobbying that's going to take place. Something very similar that came out from the Joint Arab Islamic Summit in 2023, where Saudi Arabia led this joint committee, the Arab Islamic Committee, that kind of traveled to different political capitals around the world to lobby for a ceasefire. Now, to answer your question also more precisely, what can they do? To be honest, this is not just a question for Saudi Arabia. This is a question for any other country apart from the United States. What can they do is not really much, because the leverage that there is in the White House or in the United States. And so right now, there is just, it's a great deal of, there is a limitation when it comes to leverage. Now,
But Saudi Arabia does have great leverage with the United States, doesn't it? Because of how much it wants to invest, the hundreds of billions of dollars it wants to invest in the United States, for example.
This is true. Now, they can do that. And the other thing that's even more important, which is the card of normalization. Now, I think here's a question of really sticks and carrots. Can they use the sticks? The sticks are very much limited here. No one can use the sticks apart from the United States. The question here is in the carrot. And I think the carrot here is in very much in these investments that the United States, that Saudi Arabia are trying to persuade or promise or incentivize the United States with. Secondly, I think the card of normalization with Israel. This is another card that the Saudis can use. But the reality is, there could be no normalization while this is happening.
And that is something that Saudi Arabia has maintained throughout the war. In his first term, Donald Trump really wanted to broker a normalization deal between Saudi Arabia and Israel. We heard about it endlessly. But is it something that any of these parties are still seriously interested in?
It is very, very difficult for different reasons. Firstly, I'm not sure that Netanyahu is going to leave anything left for a Palestinian aspect that the Saudis can use to normalize later on. Because the Saudis need to have a credible, irreversible steps and a series of steps within a framework of a two-state solution. And that in itself looks incredibly difficult. So Netanyahu wants something so bad, yet he is doing everything to avoid it, everything to negate it. Secondly, there are aspects of public opinion that right now Israel is simply just being perceived as a very, very undesired entity in the Middle East and is undesired to be associated with. So clearly, the cost of even relations with Israel in itself has increased dramatically. And that is why we won't see normalization anywhere in the near future whatsoever. Right. And potentially for another generation, because there is so much damage that is done.
Abdulaziz Al-Ghashian joining us live from Riyadh there. Thank you very much for your analysis. We appreciate it.
My pleasure.
please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great probiotics that I have. I have two different types. I have the powdered version, which I usually take. It's just quicker for me to mix it with my food during lunch because I take a bunch of different powders that I'll talk about throughout this broadcast. And the VeggieCap version. Both are very high quality probiotics. You take a probiotic to reduce inflammation in your gut, to help with the absorption of your nutrients, to improve the mucosal lining of your gut. That improves your immune system. Also, the communication between your gut and your liver, and your gut and your brain. A good gut biome is going to help with metabolism. It's going to help with the functioning of your liver. Your liver is a major detox organ, but it also helps to produce sugars and bile and different proteins that your body needs to function. So a healthy liver, a healthy gut, and a healthy liver are really important for you. And the communication between your gut and your brain. You'll sleep better with a good gut biome. You're going to be less irritable. Your skin will be improved. Your hair, your nails, but not just the external features. You're going to be able to sleep better. All right. And so when you have a good gut biome, it kind of resets your body. All right. Now, another thing that you should be doing is drinking filtered water and staying away from processed foods. So proper diet, proper exercise, a good probiotic is going to be a great foundation for you to build on to improve your health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the probiotic either in the VeggieCap form or in the powdered form. There's a little scooper in here. You take 1 scoop a day. It's really easy. Mix it with filtered water or soft foods. I mix it with hummus. Please go to my store. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off. Now, another great stack for your immune system is the magnesium and zinc. If you're not feeling well, take a double dose, take 1 in the morning and take 1 dose in the evening. But regular maintenance, if you're feeling well, take 1 dose a day, usually in the morning. Drink it with filtered water because it's water soluble. Also, you can take vitamin C plus magnesium. This will help to boost up your immune system. Take a double dose. If you're not feeling well, drink it with filtered water because it's water soluble. Now, if you stack these together, this is a great stack for you to improve your health and your immune system. Really boost that immune system up. So take the vitamin C and magnesium and the magnesium and zinc together. All right, and you're going to improve your immune system and help with your metabolism. Now, with that, let's go to Bloomberg, talking about egg prices.
And so these things can really swing really fast.
Don't be a stranger, Professor. Thank you so much. Jadrian Wooten is of the Virginia Tech. He's the official egg correspondent for Bloomberg surveillance. Right now, the Dow, negative 229 points. With our news in New York City, Michael Barr.
Thank you very much, Tom. Ball, Lisa, President Trump speaks this morning with Russian President Vladimir Putin anytime now in a high-stakes call on ending the war in Ukraine. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall reports the Russian leader is already making demands ahead of the call.
Putin wants to see all weapons flows to Ukraine halted amid Bloomberg News reporting that he could really slow roll these negotiations over concerns about Western security assistance, Ukraine's neutrality, and seized territory. Now, for the most part, this White House, as you heard there from President Trump, has remained relatively optimistic, despite Vladimir Putin failing to publicly commit to that 30-day peace plan that the U.S. is backing. I spoke to one foreign policy expert who described this as a tightrope for the Kremlin, considering Moscow does want those strengthening in relations with Washington.
Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall at the White House. The fragile ceasefire between Israel and Hamas appears to be over. The Israeli military launching a wave of airstrikes across the Gaza Strip this morning, hitting Hamas targets in the first major attack since the ceasefire took effect in January. Israel's United Nations ambassador, Danny Dunn.
the Israeli Air Force initiated a series of attacks against Hamas targets in Gaza. We will show no mercy on our enemies.
Hamas said more than 400 people have been killed, while many others are missing since the airstrikes began. A major development in the case of a University of Pittsburgh student missing on spring break. The parents of Sudiksha Kunanki are now asking officials in the Dominican Republic to officially declare their daughter dead. She hasn't been seen for 12 days. Sources say her mother and father sent a letter to police acknowledging there is no evidence of foul play. And we can learn today whether authorities will release Joshua Reedy, the man believed to have last seen Kunanki on the beach. He says they were hit by a large wave. President Trump says that he is ending Secret Service protection for former President Joe Biden's son Hunter and daughter Ashley. Trump posted on social media it would begin effective immediately. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg's. I'm Paul Lisa.
Michael Barr, thanks so much as well. That was brilliant on the X.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, Virginia Tech, they know what they're talking about. That's Blacksburg, Virginia. That is beautiful country out there. Oh, man. But I don't know what a Hokie is. That's their, and I think a Hokie is the same thing as a Hoosier, which is.
Are you making fun of the Grand Canyon Lopes?
Yeah, no, I haven't gotten there yet, but I think a Hokie is just somebody who roots for Virginia Tech. And their mascot's like a turkey.
I love how you brought the fact, like, there's no chicken wing shortage.
No chicken wing shortage. I don't hear anybody talking about that. So I was just trying to piece it all together.
Goldman Sachs did a brilliant, like 40, 50-page walkthrough on this, and it's just about, like, what's it take to manufacture a cow or a pig or a chicken and all that. I give a moment of silence here, folks, for Lisa Mateo. How many, we'll get back. Bloomberg surveillance. Good morning.
Okay, so while they're in commercial break, let me talk about the third pillar of my core protocol. I have this 4-pillar process, all right? The first pillar is the max 35, max 14 to help boost up your immune system. C60 to bring down free radicals. It's a very strong antioxidant. That's the second pillar. The third pillar is to bring down inflammation and boost up your immune system. That's lignans, turmeric, and ashwagandha. And then the fourth pillar is to boost up your metabolism and your energy levels with Boomer Boost. So let's talk about that third pillar to bring down inflammation. Now, by bringing down inflammation, you get a double benefit. You're helping with your vascular system. You're helping with your immune system. And when you're bringing down that systemic inflammation, you're helping your other organ systems and tissues to not be inflamed. So, especially your brain. So, turmeric will bring down pro-inflammatory cytokines, but not just that. Turmeric also soaks up free radicals. Really important for your immune system and your vascular system. Now, also for your brain, if there's lots of inflammation, you start having neurological problems and neurons could die. And the myelin sheath of the neuron can start to be attacked and break apart. Now, ashwagandha root helps to control glucose levels and cortisol levels. So it's going to bring those cortisol levels down. That's good for your immune system, and bring down those glucose levels to reduce that inflammation. That's also important for your immune system and your vascular system, because if you have too much inflammation in your vascular system, you're going to build up plaque. Now, lignans. This is a dual purpose supplement. This is going to help with your endocrine system and your immune system. It brings down inflammation, okay? Not just that, it also soaks up free radicals. It's a powder. You mix it with soft foods or with filtered water, right? I mix it with soft foods, but you should be taking this every day. What you'll also notice, if you take this and you work out, you're going to actually recover quicker. So a great stack to help with your cardiovascular health, bring down inflammation and reduce plaque buildup is this stack here. Turmeric, lignans, and ashwagandha. Also, it'll help to improve your immune system. It's going to boost up the immune system because you're bringing down that inflammation and soaking up those free radicals. And in other tissues that are inflamed, you have, chronic inflammation. This will bring that down. If you have chronic inflammation in your brain, guess what? taking this stack here is actually going to reduce that inflammation. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take the turmeric, the lignans, and the ashwagandha together, bring down that inflammation, boost up your immune system, and help with your cardiovascular health. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off. All right. Let's go to News Nation. They're talking about the U.S. military is deploying a guided missile destroyer at the border.
Inauguration, we've seen the Army, Marines, Coast Guard all utilized to secure the border, and now the Navy is being deployed as well. The Pentagon announcing the USS Gravely, a naval missile destroyer, will help with maritime border security. News Nation's Jorge Ventura is live. Jorge, how exactly does this new move play into the border strategy there?
Well, Nicole, the U.S. military continues to expand the role when it comes to border security, first on land and now at sea. News Nation learning that the warship USS Gravely will be playing a role when it comes to countering illegal immigration, weapons trafficking, and transnational crime on U.S. waters. This comes under the deployment of U.S. Northern Command. The officials also saying that the USS Gravely did depart from Virginia's Naval Weapons Station, Yorktown, over the weekend, and right now heading towards U.S. territorial waters covering the continental U.S., Alaska, Canada, and Mexico. The deployment of the guided missile destroyer that last year was involved in shooting down an Iraq-backed Houthi rebel ship. U.S. Northern Command officials say that this deployment supports President Trump's executive order and strengthens the border and enforcement at sea. And typically, the U.S. Coast Guard patrols the outskirts of the Rio Grande in the Gulf and San Diego. The Department of Defense now saying that this new major operation ship does give the U.S. Navy a direct role in stopping those threats before reaching American shores, Nicole.
All right, so Jorge, summarize the major changes that we have seen when it comes to this new administration.
Yes, when it comes to border security, President Trump launching a full-scale operation crackdown when it comes to illegal immigration, but also targeting Mexican cartels by designating them terrorist groups, basically giving the U.S. government the same legal framework to attack these Mexican cartels the same way they do with ISIS. And all this has led to a huge plummet when it comes to those illegal crossings. Now, the Department of Justice has streamlined terrorism charges, increasing penalties, and fast-tracking warrants when it comes to Mexican cartel members. Now, at the border, the Trump administration has deployed over 9,000 active duty troops, deploying striker combat teams, also reinforcement aerial support with Black Hawk helicopters to assist Border Patrol agents on the ground. The Trump administration also pressuring Mexico to deploy 10,000 troops to its border. All that has led to a huge plummet in those illegal crossings so far in the month of March. DHS sources confirming to those nations that those illegal crossings are hovering around 244 per day for the entire southern border. Now, when it comes to the interior of the United States, ICE has also ramped up their reinforcements as well, as the agency so far has arrested over 32,000 people in just 50 days. And more than of that of last year, of those large-scale arrests, nearly 75% have criminal records or pending charges, including over 1,000 gang members and 39 suspected terrorists, tripling last year's numbers. And it's not just enforcement numbers making an impact. Immigration attorneys say that this level of self-deportations is higher than expected.
I'm very surprised with the amount of self-deportations. I knew there would be self-deportations, but not at the level I'm seeing. Like I said, many of these immigrants are going to other countries to look for other, look for new beginnings in countries that don't have aggressive immigration laws.
When it comes to detaining and holding migrants, Guantanamo Bay has also played a role as well. The Trump administration sending what they call the worst of the worst. Now, the Trump administration did over the past recent weeks send 40 individuals detained at Guantanamo Bay back to the U.S. An official did confirm to The Hill that as of now, there are 0 migrants being held at Guantanamo Bay. There's still no plans if any more will be held at this moment. And also, Nicole, Secretary Noem also confirming to News Nation's Ali Bradley that since the Trump administration has taken office in January, those illegal crossings are down 95%. I was recently down there in the Rio Grande. They're seeing less than 100 people cross per day for the entire sector, Nicole.
All right, Jorge Ventura, live first there in San Antonio. Thank you. Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your screen. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's back.
That oil slips away
Or that the
To a
range
lower
does, sure, like 50 to
Yeah.
70 versus 60 to 80.
And they freeze up, don't they? They just don't, they're not like, let's go, let's go, let's go.
I don't know if they freeze,
Right.
but making longer term capital allocations gets a lot harder, and you have to really justify it.
Has EV begun to affect the marginal dynamics of oil?
Nah, maybe on the margin, but like really, if the EV stuff kind of goes away a little bit or gets pushed out, hello gasoline demand, that's going to be a bullish driver for demand.
Did you watch any of Dodgers Cubs?
Obviously, I'm a big sports fan. I really like the Cubs.
She's working on a bracket.
I'm not doing any of those things. What is the sport you speak of?
Yes, see, that's what we
I do know that's baseball, though.
That is baseball.
The 10 o'clock show's just rocking with the sport.
No, Paul will do the sports stuff. He'll just start saying stuff about sports, and I'll be like, yeah.
We'll just order a bracket, and the way you do it is buy Scarlet Fua, a beverage of your choice.
She's
the choice.
I know she's awesome, but like, what if I don't care? I have to care. I have to care. Make me care. Make me care, Tom Keene.
You should be one of the celebrities pickers. You're a celebrity.
Okay.
You do that.
See that on TV.
It's like so much work.
She'll probably win.
Exactly.
Alex Steele on oil, our huge value add, particularly a recent trip to Texas to CERA as well. Because of baseball, I guess it's opening day, even though it was Tokyo opening day. What do? You play poker. That's all there is to it. Stay with us through the day on the Putin-Trump talks.
All right, let's go to live now. Israel's briefing about the airstrike that killed 400 people.
The briefing I've just given, I told you that Hamas had rejected the Witkoff proposals. In fact, they had rejected all of the proposals. As such, Israel has returned to fighting Hamas. Next, a question from Joel Pollack at Breitbart News. Does the renewal of war mean that Israel has given up on seeing more hostages released? Not at all, Joel, is the answer to that question. Not at all. Our war aims remain precisely the same. They are to get every single one of our hostages home. 59 of them remain. We believe that less than half of them are alive. But all of them, the live and those who have been already murdered by Hamas, should be returned home immediately. The destruction of Hamas's military and their governing capability, and ensuring that Hamas can no longer, and Gaza can no longer form a threat to this country. Our war aims are precisely the same. Hamas have stopped releasing hostages. As such, we have the right to return to war, to put pressure on them to release our hostages. Next question here is from George Dastis from FA, the Spanish news outlet. Are there any plans to resume ground operations after the strikes? And second, do you have an estimate how much longer the strikes have gone for? Is Israel still at the negotiating table? Thank you. Thank you, George. I think I've answered all of those questions in the comments I've made. Please go down. Next question here is Maxime Dovra from Jewish News.
My name is John.
And Lace Judio.
I think viewers
does Israel know where the hostages are if they are
from
alive?
celebrities, from PR firms,
I think I've answered that
from
question as well.
they want to relate to real
Next
hearts
question
and
is
minds.
from another one from Joel Pollack, Breitbart News. Is Israel concerned about global condemnation of the renewed war and the cutoff to humanitarian aid? Thank you for that question, Joel. Look, Hamas could have chosen to release all of the hostages, but they instead chose refusal. And they want terror and they want war. Now, look, for Israelis, security is not a given. It must be ensured. Hamas must never be able to start another war. We have, since day one, said very, very clearly that we are at war with Hamas, not with the people of Gaza. Now, when it comes to aid, let me share with you that since the beginning of this war, 1,800,000 tons of aid have gone into Gaza. 1,800,000 tons of aid have gone into Gaza. Now, that is more than enough to feed all of the people in Gaza. During the 42-day ceasefire negotiations, our hostage release discussions, 25,000 trucks went in. Again, more than enough food and aid and supplies to supply the people of Gaza. In fact, enough aid and food to fill 80 sports stadiums to the brim, not just on the grass, to the brim. This is what Hamas are doing. They steal the aid, they resell the aid, they use the money to rearm, and then they aim to attack. Again, they steal the aid, they resell it at vastly increased prices, and then they're attempting to rearm, and then they want to attack. During this 42-day period, this of phase one, 25,000 aid trucks entered Gaza. There is no shortage of food in Gaza whatsoever. The only humanitarian suffering in Gaza is that of Israeli hostages who are being chained, they're being starved, and they're being held in Hamas tunnels. Hamas takes the aid that enters Gaza and is exploiting it in order to rebuild its war machine. The aid trucks have become an economic engine for Hamas. Half of Hamas's budget in Gaza comes from these trucks. Now, it was actually the former president, President Biden, that clearly stated on October the 18th, 2023, he said, these are his words, if Hamas diverts or steals the aid, it will stop. So aid that goes to Hamas is not humanitarian, and enabling the enemy to resupply itself so it can regroup and re-attack us, as our intel has very clearly shown, that is not humanitarian, it is suicidal, and we will not allow it. Okay, next question here I can see is from Francesca Kicardi from another Spanish outlet, El Diario. You're saying that among the targets are residential buildings.
Check out our new chat feature for live streams. Support creators with chat bombs.
Killed apart from terrorists.
Try now.
Can you comment on that? Thank you for that question, Francesca. Yes, of course, that is the Hamas propaganda, which you have very diligently repeated, Francesca. Let me tell you our point of view when it comes to this policy. Hamas continues to use the civilian population in Gaza as human shields for its terrorist activities. They continue to use their own people as human shields, which is an international war crime. And Hamas continues to openly incite terrorism against Israelis, which is why Hamas must never be able to start another war. As we've said since day one, we are at war with Hamas and not with the people of Gaza. This morning, very precise instructions were given in Arabic to Gazans to evacuate the areas we were attacking. Gazans would do well to protect themselves and their families, to move away from those areas where we know there are terrorists, to move to areas which the IDF has precisely guided them to. A question from Jodie Cohen at Newsmax. Your Hamas officials reportedly suggested that Israel strikes have led to a death of the hostages. What's your response to this? Thank you, Jodie. Again, another example, I think, of Hamas propaganda. We've become used to their propaganda by now. They are, of course, a genocidal terrorist organization. So everything they say should be seen within the remit of the fact that they are a genocidal, jihadi terrorist organization, which I know Judy and the viewers at Newsmax certainly understand.
See, people don't understand.
Another question.
People don't understand about even the history within the Bible. Certain tribes, and especially certain brothers of Joseph, All right. So certain tribes execute extreme judgment when something happens. In the Bible, it talks about one of the sisters that's raped or something by another group of people, and there is this massive anger and massive retribution that takes place. And you're seeing right here in real time a retribution of certain tribes of Israel. Now, most people don't know what their tribe is. They're kind of lost. They don't know officially what their tribe is, but their soul is connected to a tribe. They just don't know. So there is a massive, what's happening here is there's a massive retribution that's taking place. And when these tribes activate, when one of these, I think there's 2 or 3 of these tribes that are extremely violent. When they activate in violence for retribution, a lot of carnage takes place, and it's very vengeful and very forceful. All right. I personally think that what you're seeing with this latest escalation in violence in the region is one of these tribes, could be the Levites, I don't know. But one of these tribes is exercising at a metaphysical level extreme vengeance. As Jacob's strength is increasing throughout this cycle. Like I've said in many videos, the cycle between February to July is strength for Jacob and weakness for Esau. So that means, in a nutshell, strength for Israel, weakness for the Palestinians, weakness for Iran, weakness for Lebanon and Syria, even weakness for the Houthis. So the iron is hot to strike. So you have that strength of the soul root of Jacob peaking in April, but it's strong between February through July. And you have this vengefulness within 2 of the tribes that is extreme violent. And you're seeing this where it doesn't care if it's part of these tribes, part of this vengefulness that's part of their part of the soul root of the tribe is extreme vengeance. When there's something that there's some sort of impropriety that took place. So it's not going to be surprising that more, in terms of secular, more collateral damage is going to take place. And these tribes that are activated, now we don't, obviously it's the military, the IDF, but within that IDF, there are 12 tribes. We don't know the composition, who's part of what tribe or what, but there's an extreme vengeance. Now, I wouldn't be surprised that probably one of the generals is falling into one of these 2 tribes, but there's extreme vengeance that's taking place now. And this goes all the way back to, in a biblical analog where there was these tribes, a couple of the brothers of Joseph, the sons of Jacob, they have extreme violence against their enemy, extreme violence. So, and what is weird is that through this extreme violence, one of the tribes, the Levites, they also are part of that close connection between maintaining and protecting the temple. So there's a weird there's a weird connection between spirituality and vengeance. But it kind of makes sense, because if you're a protector of the temple, right, you have the Kohanim, you have the Levites, and then the other tribes. But the two closest to the temple is the Kohanim and the Levites. Now, Levites is one of the tribes that are extremely vengeful, or can be extremely vengeful. The Kohanim is running the temple at the priest level, and the Levites are kind of like protecting the temple and dealing with songs for the temple. But there's this juxtaposition of extreme violence, but yet being connected closely to God to protect the temple. Now, it's an analog to something that happens in the world to come, either in heaven or in Gehenna. And that is this idea that if you have done wrong, there will be extreme judgment. There's no way out unless you repent before you die. All right? And so it ties in that two of these tribes are tied to this extreme punishment, but it executes its punishment in this world, in this plane, this four-dimensional plane. But there's something similar that takes place with the executing angels, the prosecuting angels. When you die and you go to judgment. And through that judgment depends on, how much of Gehenna, all souls, let me rephrase this. Most souls have to go through some sort of retribution, some sort of cleansing. Now, there are rare cases where a soul goes directly to heaven, or the Garden of Eden is basically God Eden. And it will go, but that's very rare cases. Most people will spend a period of time in cleansing the soul before it can elevate up. Really bad souls stay in the purification process longer. Some rare cases, they stay in Gehenna. They never get out. It's rare. It's extremely rare. It's probably less rare than the ones that elevate directly to heaven without any cleansing. But it's still rare. So the far majority of the people have to go through some sort of cleansing process for their soul to elevate up. So there's an analog in what's happening above and what's happening below. Below meaning on our plane, on our physical living plane, all right? Above meaning what happens when you die, or what happens in, this communication between heaven and this plane, depending on the context that we're talking about. In this case, we're talking about extreme retribution on our plane by a tribe within the military apparatus. We don't know who it is. They don't even probably realize that they are part of one of these tribes of pure, of extreme retribution. But it's happening. And it's extremely violent. And it's going to get worse. This is going to get worse. It's not going to de-escalate. And it's an analog to what happens in Gehenna. When you do something bad, there's extreme judgment and you can't get out of it. You could get out of the extreme judgment in this plane if you repent, if you try to become a better person. And if you do it with pure heart, then everything that you've done wrong is washed away. But if you don't repent, if you don't have a sense of sorrow of how you lived your life and tried to become a better person, then there's going to be extreme judgment on you. Now, the average person isn't going to have, forever in hell kind of stuff. That's rare. All right. But most people are going to have to go through a very painful purification process because of the way they live their lives. And those angels that are doing the prosecution and the purification for your soul, when you descend and that soul needs to be purified in Gehenna, that's similar to what's happening with these two tribes that show extreme judgment. The extreme judgment from these tribes is God. It's not God ordained, but it's allowed because they're executing judgment because they did something wrong against some sort of serious biblical precept. All right, so there's this very strong battle, very violent battle between Jacob and Esau that's taking place. And this latest escalation in violence with over 400 dead, many of them look like they're collateral damage kind of stuff. This is showing that tribe mentality of retribution because the other side did something wrong. And it's going to be the battle of the will. Who's going to win, Esau or Jacob? Now, I think Jacob's going to win in the long run. But we're seeing this playing out. We're seeing extreme violence from a tribe within Israel that is executing judgment against their enemy because of this hostage thing. And it's not there is an example of this in the Bible with one of the sisters being raped by a neighboring tribe, and this must be I think it's in Genesis. Yeah, is it in Genesis? Might be. Yeah, it's either in Genesis, maybe Leviticus. But the thing is that they execute judgment on that tribe and on that king or whatever. I'd have to look up exactly the name of the sister and who the two individuals were. But basically, they're extremely violent if a precept is broken. And part of the reason why the Levites are so close to the temple, just below the Kohanim, is because of this absolutism that they have. That they will protect the temple, they will protect the vessels, they will, so you have angels in heaven and in Gehenna that are executing their command. It's very similar. There's a similarity to it. These angels are very absolute. They don't deviate to the command. And so these two tribes that I'm talking about, it's very similar. They don't deviate to the retribution. They do absolute destruction. So this is part of the reason why when the Messianic age starts to happen, and we get closer to it, and you start seeing the quickening, people that haven't prepared for it will die, because there's going to be there's going to be war and execution and absolute judgment on this plane, and in the what we call the in the world to come plane, this other world that's after this plane of existence. So there's these tribes that will do absolute judgment, and then you also have the angels that do absolute judgment on the soul when it dies, when the body dies and the soul departs from the goof, which is the body. So we're seeing this playing out. This is actually execution. This isn't the execution of a decree, because what Esau has done to defiling the dead bodies of the hostages. That's the take. That's what's happening here. That's the metaphysics of what's happening.
Is being realized, as we heard from Tom Fletcher, saying that not only that, but saying that Israel is now considering new restrictions on any sort of aid getting into the Gaza Strip. So again, this meeting just getting underway here. We're hearing from the Algerian envoy right now. We expect also to hear from the Palestinian ambassador as well as the Israeli ambassador as well, all the Security Council members. I will say in closing, we did hear from the Chinese and the other ambassadors as they were going into the meeting, Pakistan's ambassador as well, both saying that their countries condemn Israel's overnight strikes on Gaza.
That's Gabriel Elizondo monitoring all the developments at the UN.
You know that thing your family does? Yeah, that thing.
Which is in place outside the Israeli Defense Ministry in Tel Aviv, with hundreds gathering in support of captives and their families. They've been calling for the Netanyahu government to do whatever it takes to secure their release.
Now to add in the other complication. So there's extreme judgment against Hamas and the Palestinians because of the defilement of the hostages. And then you have an inner fighting that's going on in Israel that will lead to a curse on Israel. All right? The curse isn't because Israel is blasting Hamas and the Palestinians. That's not the curse, because what's happening is Israel's fighting Esau. The curse is coming on Israel because of the infighting between these ultra-libs that only want the hostages back and they don't want to solve the problem. They want to kick the can down the road. They want to get rid of Netanyahu, and then what they really want is a secular society. God doesn't want the secular society. God wants a Jewish people that are following the Torah. Now, if the Jewish people are following the Torah and there's no infighting, there's going to be a blessing that comes down. And remember, Jacob's soul root strength is right now and peaks in April around the time of Yom Kippur, or not, around the time of Passover. All right, so Passover is going to be a zenith point. And if the Jewish people come together, then there's going to be a major kav flow, an energy flow of blessing. But if the Jewish people are infighting between observant Jews and secularists, which is what's happening, there's going to be a curse that's going to be happening on Israel. And if a curse happens on Israel, the world isn't going to be in a good place. It's not going to be in a good place. So it behooves everyone to not pay attention to so much how much collateral damage is happening in the Gaza Strip. That's eye candy. That's easy to try to cover and to demonize. All right. What the real issue here is the infighting between the secular Jews and the observant Jews. And God wants the observant category. He doesn't want the non-observant. He wants the non-observant observing. But he also doesn't want the infighting between the observant Jews and the secularists. So it's a confluence of different priorities. One priority is to be in harmony, knowing that there will be different levels of observance. But when one group is literally trying to destroy the other group within Israel, meaning that the Jewish secularists are trying to destroy observant communities and not follow the precepts of the Torah, then there's going to be a curse that comes down. So beware of that curse, because that curse is way worse than what's happening in Gaza.
At the moment, we have the situation that we're in. Stephanie Decker, live in Doha. Thank you very much, Stephanie.
All right, we're going to go back to Bloomberg here. But before I do, please help support my work. I give you kind of a unique perspective on what's going on in the Middle East, especially the metaphysics of this. Please help support my work by getting the Max 14 or Max 35. You take a teaspoon a day, swish in your mouth, gargle about 20, 30 seconds, and then swallow. You're improving your immune system. You're helping the mucosal lining and your epithelial cells in your oral cavity and your oral pharynx to help boost up your immune system. Really important to do every day. If you're not feeling well, guess what? You know what you should do? Take a teaspoon or two a day of this, swish in your mouth, gargle, and then once you start feeling better, either because of the allergies or because of the cold season or whatever, then go back to your maintenance dose. But take the Max 14 or the Max 35. It's part of the first pillar of my protocol to slow down the aging process and boost up that immune system. So take the Max 14 or the Max 35 every day. Every day. Now, it's also important to take a multivitamin. Multivitamins and minerals are cofactors for enzymatic activity. This is an easy to digest multivitamin. You can take a look at what's in here. It's a good base or a good foundation for your health and wellness. And you can add to this. But multivitamins are very important for enzymatic activity. They're cofactors for the enzyme to create a certain shape called a conformation that allows for that enzyme to work properly. If you don't have the concentrations that you need, your enzymes are going to be working subpar. That means your cells are working subpar. That means your tissues are working subpar. That means your organs are working subpar. You don't want that. So start with a good foundation by taking a high quality multivitamin like this. This is easy to digest, so please go to my store, use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. But taking a multivitamin and a probiotic is a good foundation and you build off of that. You can add that to the core, like I said, Max 35 or Max 14, C60, turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans, and Boomer Boost, multivitamin and the probiotic. That's a great stack for you. And then you do some of the holistic stuff like proper diet, exercise, proper sleep, learn new things. When you do that, you're slowing down the aging process and helping your immune system. Really important. So please go to my store, get the multivitamin. All right, let's go back to Bloomberg here.
30 surveillances, balance of power. Surveillances show will start at 1:30, simulcast radio and television at 1:30. So we'll have all of that covering the Fed tomorrow. Ira Jersey, he's going to be following this stuff. He's head of U.S. interest rate strategy for Bloomberg Intelligence. Ira, with all the cross currents going on out there, concerns about tariffs, economic growth, inflation, I don't see much for this Fed to do here. How do you think they're going to kind of frame their role going forward?
Yeah, so it's the going forward part that I think is important in your question there, Paul, because I do think that the Federal Reserve is going to be a little bit more dovish. So we've diverged a little bit from the thinking of some folks in the Bloomberg economics team, in that I do think that if you look at the preponderance of the data that's come out the last couple of months, it definitely seems to be a little bit weaker and is weakening. So I think that you'll see that in both the statement and Jay Powell's press conference afterward. They've been overweighting the beige book, and we have, I've mentioned this to you guys before, but we have a natural language processing model that looks at a lot of the Fed statements, and we do that for the beige book too. And the beige book statement was actually the biggest decline that we've seen in about a year in terms of just the change and the downward shift. So I do think that they'll be more cautious than they were at the January meeting.
How does that look? Like, how does more cautious look? Like, what are the key words that they're going to do to get that across without inciting any freak out or panic?
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of, a little bit of caution. So that first paragraph in the statement will be the key, where they talk about the economic environment, and they'll say that, we're now growing at a, modest pace or something like that instead of a moderate pace, right? Which, that's a very nuanced word. It sounds the same, but it's really not in terms of Fed speak. They will also note, however, on the other side, and this is the reason why I think people believe that the Fed's going to remain on hold for a little bit longer than we think that they might. And that's that inflation and inflation expectations have gone up, right? When you look at the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment Survey from last Friday that came out, there was a massive jump in inflation expectations, and that's going to scare the Federal Reserve a little bit. But remember, they still have a dual mandate, and because of that, the key is going to be the job figures. And yes, it was okay in February. Jobs market was okay, but you did see some signs at the margin that things are even slowing down in the job market. So I think that they'll just urge caution, but they're going to sit on their hands for now. And a lot of the questions are going to be about their propensity and what's their reaction function for what's going to cause them to cut, whether they cut in June or August or later in the year. That's going to be how we'll have to read through a lot of the statements that Powell's going to make tomorrow.
All right, Ira, thanks so much for joining us. Ira Jersey, Chief U Interest Rate Strategist from Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us via our camera down in Princeton, New Jersey. And, this is one of those times where it might be a little anticlimactic tomorrow because it seems like what's moving markets these days and moving economic, forecasts or just expectations is not necessarily interest rates. It's more kind of just trade policy and the uncertainty that's brought into the whole economic discussion.
Yes, and we haven't hit April 2nd yet, so it doesn't have to, Powell doesn't have to address that. But on the flip side, we have seen that deterioration in the soft data, not yet in the hard data, but there has to be some sort of history of connection there and how long that gap winds up lasting. So how then do you wind up addressing it? And, do they say temporary or transitory at all when it comes to inflation? Because that's the theory, right? If it's just a one-off tariff, that is going to be transitory.
That is.
But if they say that, oh my God.
I can't imagine that. Maybe different word choice, maybe.
Yeah, we have to look at some synonyms there for that. All right, coming up, Dan Williams is a reporter for Bloomberg News based in Jerusalem. We're going to get more on Israel ending Gaza truce with some deadly strikes overnight. Of course, we're blaming Hamas for that as well. We will break that down for you from the ground. This is Bloomberg.
All right, let's go to Al Jazeera, see what they're saying here.
Foreign aid was distributed back in 2022. A congressional report then showed that 25% of all USAID funds went to humanitarian programs. These include food, medicine, and shelter for people affected by crises like those at the Kakuma refugee camp in Kenya. 21% went to global health initiatives and 80.
All right, let's go to live now and see what the Democrat lawmakers and advocates discussing saving Medicaid. Let's just see what they're saying here.
While there is an immediacy to the impact of Medicaid cuts will affect chronic disease management. And I want you to think brain, heart, and kidney. For untreated hypertension and diabetes is going to lead to heart attacks 15 years from now. It's going to lead to stroke 15 years from now. And it's going to lead to renal failure and increased costs.
True. So true. Absolutely true. You don't treat it. But it's even better to change your lifestyle, do this holistic approach, follow a supplement protocol that's anti-aging, and it gives you longevity and vitality, and you're mitigating most of these chronic diseases. Most people in the United States that have diabetes, the answer isn't, oh, well, just give them insulin, right? Or just, put them on medication. The idea is actually change your lifestyle, and you can mitigate most of these chronic diseases. The heart disease. Now, there are some people that have some sort of genetic problem with their lipid profile or structural issue with their heart. That does happen. They could have some sort of injury that took place in life and caused them to have these issues. But most chronic disease for diabetes and heart disease is self-induced. Now, if you have a patient that hasn't been taking care of their life, and they are diabetic and have hypertension and they have, problems with their heart now, And you look at that EKG and it's like, wow, that heart's been remodeling in a unhealthy way. And you start developing heart blocks and all this stuff. Well, you got to put them on the medication, and then you slowly change their lifestyle, and hopefully they can get off the medication 100% or have very low concentrational levels and low dosage, and move towards a more holistic approach. That would save money. So to solve the Medicaid problem that we have, we need to rethink. It's not about more dollars in a healthcare system and people get treated allopathically. The idea is the patients that get treated allopathically also use a holistic approach to wean them off of the allopathic treatment and do it more holistically and more naturally. Now, some patients won't be able to do that. Some patients will be 50% off of their medication. Some patients can get, almost 80% off their medication. And some patients can get off 100% off their medication. But the key here, is that patients need to realize that most chronic diseases that they have in the United States is self-induced. That's a fact. So the answer to the Medicaid problem isn't asking for more money. The reality is that you have to tell the patient there is a way to treat at the stage you're at right now allopathically, but you also have to move towards a holistic approach so you can get off this medication and reduce the actual burden on the healthcare. And that way, costs will go down. Costs will go up, right? Because more people in the United States are not taking care of their health. But when people take care of their health and they reduce the number of incidences of cardiovascular disease or diabetes, you've radically changed the price structure and the cost structure of Medicare and Medicaid. You're saving money because less people need to be treated because they're eating properly and exercising and taking the right supplements. That's the answer to the problem, not keep on spending more so more people are unhealthy and taking medication, taking beta blockers and taking metformin and taking statins and blah, blah, blah. That's not the answer. The answer is tell the patient you're too fat, lose some weight, and guess what? If you do it the right way, if you follow the directions, then you're going to get healthy and your chronic problems will start to go away. When you start losing weight, then they have less problems on their joints and then they have less arthritis. You start losing weight, you don't have problems with diabetes. You start losing weight, you have less stress on the heart. You start eating properly and you control your lipid profile. And guess what? You're having your vascular system heal to a certain extent. There's some damage that's permanent with these people that have really gone on for decades with these chronic problems because of their lifestyle. So to save money for Medicaid and Medicare and to reduce costs in this disease treatment model that we have in the United States, treat the disease model instead of be proactive. The way to bring down costs is to inform the patients on what they need to do to reduce their chances of chronic disease. And most chronic diseases in the United States is self-induced. Self-induced. That means don't eat as much. That means don't go to the restaurants. That means eat healthier. That means staying away from fatty foods. That means a lot of things. Now, there's some people who go, well, they're on the Atkins diet, blah, blah, blah. I don't care. The reality of the situation is that what you need to do is take charge of your life and stop asking for more money from Medicare and Medicaid. Oh, well, I got diabetes now, and I'm 200 pounds overweight. Well, and you can't get out, can't get off the couch because your knees are shot. Well, guess what? You did it to yourself. Now you're going to have to take charge of your life and move forward. Well, no, I just want just medication, just pop a pill and just, and I'll be okay. Just reduce the pain and just give me metformin wrong. Now, for some patients, you have to allopathically treat. But the key is that's a stepping stone to get off of the medication and do it naturally. Because if you just keep on taking medication, you're going to have side effects, and eventually this thing's going to get worse. And most likely, the patient, because of the chronic disease, is self-induced, and they start taking the medication, and it helps, somewhat whatever they have, by taking metformin or statins to control their cholesterol or whatever. It may help. But the thing is they haven't really changed their lifestyle. And so what happens is the body starts to age, and now they have to increase the dosage. And then it gets to a point where the body is aged to the point where you can't, it's a runaway. There's escape velocity. You can't catch it and help the patient. And they'll just progress to other problems like kidney failure or neurodegenerative disease. If you have diabetes, you will have problems with your neurons. So the problem here is that people need to take charge of their life instead of asking for more money from Medicare and Medicaid. Because the costs that we're spending in the United States for healthcare is because of a society that is too focused on bread and circus. And that is a fact. And patients hate being told that. I mean, I even know, I've seen it. I've seen it in clinic. All right. I was talking to a patient and diabetic and had problems with their knees and, was lethargic and blah, blah, blah. And, I went and told them what exactly they needed to do to get healthy. All they wanted was to pop a pill. They didn't want to take charge of their life. And that's the majority of Americans. And that's a problem. And that's why we have escalated healthcare costs. It's not the only reason. There's other reasons too. But that's a big part. If you don't need the healthcare because you're healthy or because you've changed your lifestyle and you're moving towards a healthy you, healthcare costs will go down because the demand will go down. And our body is designed to heal if you know how to plug into that healing process. And if you don't wait too long. You wait too long, it's too late. But the thing is, most Americans, they're too fat, too stupid, and not willing to take charge of of the decisions that they've made for decades. That has caused this problem. So you got the Democrats whining that they want more Medicare. Well, yeah, you have an aging population in Medicaid, you got an aging population. But you also have this inflow of illegal aliens that are coming in and soaking up resources, including Medicaid. But this aging population that we have, you know what? If they chose better lifestyles, most of the problems that they have would have been drastically diminished, if non-existent. Oh, they had heart problems when they're age 40, and now they're age 70, and it's exacerbated, and they need maybe a valve replacement, or maybe a bypass, or they have early stage heart failure, or starting to have problems with their kidney. They have early stage kidney failure. Well, if you took care of your diabetes and took care of yourself when you were in your 40s, you wouldn't have this problem. All right, let's go back to, well, with that said, let me plug a supplement stack that helps with your health. You know, I am very passionate about this issue because my brother died at age 36 from heart disease that was totally preventable. Now, there was a predisposition for heart disease that runs in my family, on my mother's side. And many people died early, but it's activated through a certain lifestyle. If you take control of your health, you don't have the problem. My brother didn't take control of his health and he died. Same thing with my uncle that died at 46 from a heart attack. He didn't take control of his health. Same thing that happened to my other uncle that died at age 35 from a heart attack. He didn't take care of his health. He also had a lot of kidney problems because of it too. So the bottom line is this: even if you have a genetic predisposition, your environment, the way you approach health and wellness, is a major determining factor on the way your epigenomics will be expressed. So if you have a poor lifestyle, your epigenetics is going to express in such a way where you're going to have disease. If you have a good lifestyle, your epigenetics is going to be expressed in a certain way where you're going to be healthier, even though you may have a gene that gives you predisposition to some sort of disease. Now, there's always cases where, that if you have a certain, genetics and a certain that could lead to a certain disease, that even allopathically or holistically, you're still going to get the disease. Huntington's disease, for example, cystic fibrosis. There are diseases out there that you have a genetic problem, and no matter what you do, you're going to get it. All right. We're not talking about that. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about chronic illness like heart disease and diabetes that is 100% treatable and preventable, because all you got to do is take charge of your life. That's what we're talking about, because most of the costs in the United States is because of that. The far majority of healthcare costs is because of lifestyle choices, not genetic problems. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the vitamin B complex. This is very important to take. Why? B1 through 4 helps the mitochondria health and helps with the electron transport chain within the mitochondria to boost up ATP. The vitamin B complex will help with cellular metabolism, and the vitamin B complex will help to protect your neurons. This is extremely important to take every day if you're 40 years of age or older. Extremely important. You need to protect your neurons. I can't tell you this enough, all right? And you also need to do different types of exercises, stretching and balancing exercises, cardio and resistance training. Those are all activating different types of neurons. Plus you get, you get, when you mix it up, your body performs better. But not just that, you're also getting better blood flow. So there's a lot of benefits when you change up your workout. But vitamin B complex is something that you should be taking every day and protect those neurons and boost up your metabolism. Proper sleep is really important. Why? Proper sleep is going to detoxify your central nervous system. It's going to be able to help with consolidating memory, and you're going to be well rested. So when you need 3 cycles of REM sleep per night. So REM cycle sleep and deep sleep, about 3 cycles per night. So take Good Night Formula every night. This is a supplement that has tryptophan, melatonin, GABA, passion flower, and a few other ingredients in here. You can see it on the screen here, but also go to my store and take a look at the label. Take this every night. What you're going to see is that you are more well rested, and over time you're detoxifying your body. That's important, because if you have if you are chronically sleep deprived, you're building up toxins in your central nervous system, and you are increasing your chances of early onset of dementia. Lack of sleep will lead to early onset of dementia. And not only that, lack of sleep will have higher cortisol levels, which means that you're suppressing your immune system. That means you're going to get sicker easier. And your body isn't going to be able to fight and heal the body as well. So don't be surprised you get cancers, higher incidences of cancers by not sleeping, all right? Because your immune system is suppressed because you have high cortisol levels chronically. So it's very important as part of this protocol to sleep, that have proper sleep. Not too much sleep, but not too little sleep, all right? So get the good night formula, take it every night, and get the proper sleep, and you're consolidating memory too. And then omega-3, very important to take. Why? Because it helps with your lipid profile. It brings down LDL levels and increases your HDL levels. That's important because if you have less LDL, you have less LDL that oxidizes. That means that you have less plaque buildup. And omega-3 helps to prevent red blood cells from oversticking. That means you're reducing clot formation. And there's lots of people that clot too much. If you have more blockage in your artery, you have more poor flow, and that leads to clots. And you need to prevent that. So taking omega-3 is a great way to do it. Stacking omega-3 with nattokinase is a great way to break up clots. Another thing that omega-3 does is brings down systemic inflammation. By bringing down systemic inflammation, you're helping your immune system and your cardiovascular health, because inflammation is the first part of the cascade to build plaque. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the omega-3. So a great stack here to help with your cardiovascular health is the omega-3. To help with your brain and bring down your cortisol levels and consolidate memory is the good night formula. And the B complex to help with your neural health and your metabolism and boost up your energy levels. This is a very powerful stack. You're helping with your brain, you're helping with your metabolism, your energy levels, and you're helping with your heart. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Like I said, if you take this approach holistically, you can get off of the pharmacopoeia treadmill. And you won't have to worry about needing more money for Medicare or Medicaid and blah, blah, blah.
Side of the industrialized world, because Canada and even the EU has been drawing up the drawbridge a bit for Chinese-made vehicles. But in much of the rest of the world, where growth is often fastest, the Chinese are making really impressive headroads. And the established automakers are not sitting on their hands. They're often trying to beat the Chinese on price, or use their better brand name recognition and credibility, and often and sometimes working with local dealers to pressure governments in places like, say, Brazil to throw up their own barriers that want some of the inroads being made by Chinese.
This would be a silly question, but are Chinese car makers displacing European and U.S. car makers, or is this like expanding general auto market share?
That's a really good question. I think it's both. I mean, you're not seeing growth so fast that the pie's expanding to the point where everybody's getting a bit of it. You are seeing erosion. It's not true everywhere, but take Thailand. That's a perfect example of where that was basically owned by the Japanese for decades. And there were other automakers, Ford and others sell there too, but it was basically known as kind of Japan's backyard and where companies like Toyota sold tremendous numbers of vehicles. The Chinese have really started to eat their lunch. So that's happened, and you can see that a little bit in places like South Africa and Brazil as well. So yeah, the pie is still growing, but not not enough for everybody to gorge equally, and it's really the Chinese that are picking out, so to speak.
How's the quality of these Chinese cars? I remember when the Japanese cars came into the U.S. in the 70s and 80s, the quality was just a lot better. That was one of the reasons they were able to get share. How about the Chinese quality?
That's an excellent point too, because for years, Chinese have kind of labored under the impression that their cars are junk. And, that was true until fairly recently. However, in recent years, the Chinese have caught up and in some cases even surpassed the technology that some of the Western or Japanese automakers have. There's a company called Xiaomi in China that sold its first car last year and now just bumped its capacity up to 350,000 a year, which is like 7 times as many as Rivian, a U.S. startup, makes. This company was making mobile phones a couple of years ago. That was its main claim to fame. And it's been able to move a lot of that connectivity and technology into the cockpit of the vehicle. So you're finding that not only are Chinese cars cheaper, but oftentimes they have just as many creature comforts or sometimes more than the equivalent, say, GM or Toyota or Volkswagen.
All right, really appreciate your time today. Thank you so much. It was a great story joining us there. Chester Dawson, a Bloomberg senior editor for Global Business Americas. And check out the Big Take story. You can find it on the terminal or Bloomberg.com/Big Take. Okay, let's just take a quick look at the markets. We are still lower here. The Nasdaq's almost off by 2%. But I'll say it again. The S&P is only, quote unquote, down by about 1%, and the Dow's only down 0.6%. I just say that because it really is tech-driven.
Okay, yeah, I think that's definitely a part of it. Absolutely. Looking at the yields, pretty steady here today. 10-year Treasury is only up about 1 basis point, 4.31%. So the bond market's taken in stride.
Yep.
We'll get another data point, of course, tomorrow with the Federal Reserve tomorrow afternoon. Again, I'm not sure that it's going to have its usual import for the market.
All right, for our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio, Sirius XM channel 121 is presented by Oracle. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. Second hour of Bloomberg Intelligence starts right now.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been in U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
These are 2 big-time blue-chip companies.
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Happy Tuesday, everybody. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney and John Tucker. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. The latest news right now, German lawmakers backing landmark defense spending plans. The German Bundestag lawmakers are backing the bill with 513 votes in favor. It does have to go to the upper chambers, I think, on Friday. But the rhetoric seems to be that once the lower house passed, this will then sail through. Buns are dropping after the spending vote passes. The 10-year yield is up by about 3 basis points, hitting 2.84%.
And we're just looking at the German stock index, the DAX, just since an August 24 low, it's up 35%.
Yeah.
What happened to the sleepy European stock market vis-a-vis the U.S.? It's been a real story here in 2025, the end of 24.
I mean, that's what happens when you're going to put almost €1 trillion worth into the system, potentially a huge, huge change within the fiscal situation in Europe as well as Germany. Speaking of, the White House saying that President Trump and President Putin are currently speaking. They'll bring you any updates, any headlines as that crosses. Let's get you updated right now, though. Here's a business flash with John Tucker.
All right, so often in large tech dragging down stocks right now. 7 of the 11 major groups in the S&P 500 are lower communication services. Right now, that's the biggest drag. Overall, the NASDAQ composite index, the NASDAQ 100, I should say, is still down 12.5%. So it is down in trajectory, continuing from its record high. S&P 500, 72 points lower, down 1.3%, 5603. The NASDAQ 100 down almost 400 points right now. That is a 2% decline. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is 316 points lower. Deal news: Google parent Alphabet agreeing to acquire Wiz, that's the cybersecurity firm, $32 billion. That's cash. Comes a year after the initial talks fell apart. And as the Federal Reserve opens...
All right, let's take a look at the dashboard here that's live streaming on YouTube. We have 5,603 for the S&P 500. So the market's down. The VIX is elevated at 22.24. Euro USD is trading at 1.09. Oil is trading at $67.58 a barrel. WT, the Bitcoin ETF BITO is trading lower at 18.15, and the USD Japanese yen is trading at 149.6. Now, the Japanese yen was trading at 148 handle yesterday, I believe it was, or Friday. So it might have been Friday. So the yen is weakening a little bit relative to the last few trading days. But we have elevated risk in the market based on the VIX index. So, equities are, selling off here. Now, the S&P 500 is down about 70 points. All right, with that said, let's go back to Bloomberg.
Continue here. Let's see where the action is under the hood. Isabel Lee joins us. Isabel, what are you looking at today?
I'm looking at Chinese EV stocks. They're gaining following a presentation at NVIDIA's annual AI conference. One of them is NIO. Shares are edging higher by around 3%, at least the ADRs, and the other is Li Auto. So NIO is also reacting to a new deal. The world's largest battery manufacturer, this is the mouthful, Contemporary Amperex Technology Co. Ltd.
Okay.
We will say
it rolls right off the tongue there.
Has agreed to invest up to $346 million in building out a battery swapping network across China in collaboration with NIO. So you see shares are reacting to that, and this partnership agreement will see both companies work together on expanding their EV network. So NIO has been founded in 2014, and basically it manufactures EVs which allow the driver to replace the depleted battery with a charged new one in a few minutes. That takes time and it requires CapEx, but still, it has a market for that. And this isn't the first collaboration between two companies, so the past was successful, and investors are hoping that this one will be too.
What else are you looking at?
Lucid, another EV company. This one is much higher. Shares
Okay.
are jumping 11%. And of course, this was after Morgan Stanley upgraded it from underweight to equal weight. So Morgan Stanley says it sees potential for this stock to re-rate basically on AI hopes and dreams. And also there's a new leadership and through strategy partnerships. So they're really hoping that that will pan out. Their price target though remains unchanged at $3. And I want to bring this to your attention. So Lucid actually had kind of a tough headline the past 2 weeks. Its leaders were sued because of overhyping the company's production capacity surrounding its SPAC merger in 2021. So Lucid was one of the meme stock favorites during the height of the pandemic. Sometimes I still hesitate saying meme stocks because it sounds like it's not the most positive thing, but I think if you're loved by retail traders, they'll trade you a lot, you'll get volume, maybe your shares might pump.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. I'm going to go over another good stack here. Olive leaf extract is a dual-purpose product that's going to bring down inflammation, so it's going to help your cardiovascular health, but also your immune system. Olive leaf extract also helps with your lipid profile, so it's going to help bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. So that's reducing the chances of plaque buildup. So take olive leaf extract every day to help with your immune system and your cardiovascular health. Now, so this stack, all right, we're focused on the immune system and your cardiovascular health. Now let's focus on reducing the load on your pancreas. When you get older, your pancreas doesn't function as well. And let's say you're young or even older and you're into sports. You want to overload your pancreas, especially when you're doing your pre and post fueling for your sport. So take digestive enzyme complex every day. This will break up carbohydrates, lipids, and proteins, okay? Now, when you take this, you're reducing that load on the pancreas and you're breaking up your food and reducing that stress on your digestive system. But again, if you're an athlete, young or older, taking digestive enzyme complex is going to help you break up your pre-workout and post-workout fueling, fuel your body quicker, but also reduce that load on your pancreas. So please go to my store, take the digestive enzyme complex. This also has bromelain in it. That's very important as a fibrinolytic, so that breaks up clots. And the proteases that are in here will help to break up glycoproteins. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the digestive enzyme complex. So Again, the olive leaf extract, helping with your immune system and your cardiovascular health. The digestive enzyme complex, helping break up your foods and reduce the stress on your pancreas. And then let's now focus on the brain. Taking Clarity Factor will help you support your memory, all right? It gets rid of that brain fog. And what will happen is that you'll be able to concentrate better. This is really important for work or for school, or even if you're retired. Just having those neurons firing and you're being able to concentrate are really important. Because when your neurons are firing and they're active and you're improving your memory, what's happening is that you're getting those neural connections back, all right? Because it's called neuroplasticity. You can have neuron connections recede, called depression, or you can have neurons connect more. And there's growth factors that happen. So what happens is that if you have the proper supplementation and less inflammation, and you're either learning kinematics because of balancing or working out, or learning new concepts in a book, or you're reading and writing and talking to people, what will happen is these neurons will build up stronger connections and shoot off these neurotransmitters at a higher rate. So what will happen over time is that you're going to be thinking quicker, your memory is going to be improved, and you're going to have this higher positive neuroplasticity. Now, again, it's holistic. You got to take the Clarity Factor, but also learn new things, new concepts. Read, write, improve your concentration, but also work out. And what I mean by working out, you need to run, do cardio, do some resistance training, do balancing and stretching. Those are all very important to help with the blood flow, but also you're activating different types of neurons, all right? And you want to fully nourish and enrich the growth factors that will lead to positive neuroplasticity. So to help with your brain, take Clarity Factor every day. Now, I take it twice a day, once in the morning and mid-afternoon. Some people just take it once a day, but it's very important to take. So the stack that I'm talking about here is a stack that's going to help with your immune system, your pancreatic health, and reduce that load and help digest, and also help with your memory and your concentration and get rid of that brain fog. So get the Clarity Factor, get the digestive enzyme to reduce the load on your pancreas, and get the olive leaf extract to help with your immune system and your cardiovascular system. So this is a very powerful stack here. It's very affordable. All right, so please go to my store, use discount 5 and you get $5 off. I want these high quality products in your hands and stack them. All right, and when you're stacking them, you're attacking, you're addressing different systems of your body, and you're going to get more improvement quicker. So you do this stack, let's say, for 1 year. And so you're going to see improvement in your digestion. You're going to see improvement with your mental acuity, in your memory, and you're going to see improvement with your immune system and your cardiovascular system. So, and that's just over 1 year. And this is only a subset of what I take. I mean, but this is a great affordable stack for you to get on your way. You add in, let's say, the multivitamin and the probiotic, and you're helping your system even more. You add in the core protocol, the Max 35, the C60, the turmeric ashwagandha lignans, and the Boomer Boost, and you're right up there with the anti-agers. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the stack, and target multiple systems: your brain, your pancreas, your immune system, and your cardiovascular system. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
of efforts in Ukraine to defend themselves from an invasion by the Russians, but they're also worried about housing prices, their own jobs. The price of eggs is finally coming down, but we see that they're holding back on vacation planning. They're starting to hold back on house hunting. You know, there are these weird signals that Americans are much more nervous about the economy than they thought they would be under Trump. And I do believe that Trump and the Republicans in Congress have to start heeding those signals sooner rather than later. So how much attention the American public will pay to the details of the deal, I think really is in question.
Who is in Congress right now who ardently supports Ukraine in opposition maybe to the White House pushing for a ceasefire? Is there anyone left?
Well, yeah, I mean, Alex, there are Republicans, particularly in the House. Some of them come from areas in swing states that actually have fairly strong Ukrainian populations. So there's sort of a constituency angle there. And then there are some that ideologically believe that Russia is our enemy, that we don't want Russia to be able to expand willy-nilly and invade countries. And they want to preserve the space for the United States to stand against Russian aggression. So they do have beliefs there. Whether the leadership will sort of translate those views into anything, I think we'll have to wait and see. But also the defense industry. I mean, they have a stake. They make weapons. Granted, we were running a little short of weapons. So, you know, either you build up the U.S. defense military for itself, or you continue to pay defense manufacturers to arm the rest of the world. Either way, it matters for the economy. So even if you have defense manufacturing in your district, and most districts have some connection to the defense industry, that's also important to Republicans, particularly in the House. And you know, 2026 seems far away now. By the end of the summer, that's where they're going to be looking, and they got to pay attention to signals that are being sent now.
Wendy Ross Matheson, Bloomberg News in London, we were talking to her about the European perspective of being maybe not having a seat at the table, or at least the adults' table. Does President Trump, how does he view the role or the position, the view of our supposed European allies here? Does he care at all?
Donald Trump, Paul, has been very consistent on this. He believes that Europe has not paid its fair share on NATO. He believes that the U.S. has been sort of honoring agreements made, you know, after 1945, certainly to fight communism. And we also discouraged Europe, really, from arming itself fully, because we saw Europe involved in not one but two world wars, and the United States had to get in twice. So, I mean, Trump has been clear, you know, make your own way, pay your own way. These are also states with more liberal social welfare policies than we have, more liberal vacation time, you know, higher wages, more unionization, all the things that Trump seems, and the Republican Party seems not to want to support in the United States. So I think he looks at them and says, you've given a pretty good life to your people, but you have to pay your own way now, and maybe you have to cut back on those services. And that ties into the Republican mantra here of a smaller federal government and fewer social services. So everything is consistent, I think, in Trump's positioning towards Europe now.
What is the longer-term ramification of German rearmament and defense spending and infrastructure spending, and a world where the president of the United States is willing to work with President Putin?
You know, again, Alex, Donald Trump is now, and it seems that, you know, Marco Rubio is on board, Secretary of State, as Secretary of Defense, in the position that the United States is a powerful but lone actor. I mean, I know I'm going to get criticized for this, but George Washington's farewell address, written mostly by Alexander Hamilton, said, don't get involved in permanent alliances or entanglements with Europe. And Trump is sticking to that script and is asserting U.S. power individually. How that works out for the United States and the global economy, and of course our principles of democracy, we are all going to have to wait and find out. But they are committed, I think, to that platform.
All right, Wendy, as always, appreciate getting your thoughts here. Wendy Schiller, she's a professor at Brown University. And again, the phone call between Presidents Trump and Putin taking place as we speak. The White House reported that call began at 10 a.m. Eastern time. And so we will have headlines. Presumably there'll be a read of the call, and we'll get some.
I want to just do a little bit of a op-ed here. My observation with this whole JFK thing and the files being released. I think it's long overdue. My understanding is there's another 80,000 documents that are going to be released. And it's going to show, you know, all the information that everyone wants to know. The thing is, you got these channels out there, YouTube channels, that are doing clickbait. All right, Steven Crowder is one of them. I just saw a notification that popped up on the screen during this recording and live stream. So you have these people that have a pretty large channel that are doing the bread and circus. The Americans are all bread and circus. So when they release the files, they're going to be, looking at the PDF, and they're going to, have this cursory, very knee-jerk reaction of what the information is. The reality of the situation is it's going to take a while to adequately do an analysis of the 80,000 documents. Now, these 80,000 documents, if they're individual files, I suspect would take a while to put into an AI to summarize. If it's one big gigantic PDF, it'll be a little quicker. But the point is it's going to take some time to analyze it. So it's important to just step back and just do the scholarly work that needs to be done to do the proper analysis on what the 80,000 pages mean, instead of doing the clickbait and getting people to go to your channel to just get seat opinions or get, just headline kind of information without getting full detail. Because it's going to take a little while to analyze the 80,000 pages, assuming those 80,000 pages are in 80,000 different files or thousands of files, all right? I suspect it's not in one gigantic PDF. So it's going to be a little bit difficult to fully see the mosaic. So it's going to take some time. Now, if you use AI, you can maybe speed it up, maybe within a week or so, depending on how many files you got to go through. But the point is, we've waited this long. We can wait another week to have proper analysis instead of doing the fucking clickbait that Steven Crowder's doing. All right? It's bullshit. That's what it is. But a lot of Americans just buy into it. A lot of Americans just buy into the horse shit. All right, let's, and since we're talking about the JFK documents, let's go to Live Now here.
From Dallas, Texas. This is the site of the assassination of President John F. Kennedy right there. Shortly after President Trump was sworn into office, he ordered the release of the remaining classified files related to the assassination, which has churned out conspiracy theories. He also directed the National Intelligence Director and Attorney General to develop a plan to release the records. The order also aimed to declassify the remaining federal records related to the 1968 assassinations of Senator Robert F. Kennedy and Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. After signing that order, President Trump handed the pen to an aide and directed that it be given to RFK Jr., who is the Trump administration's top health official. The files have not yet been released. We are keeping a very close eye on when that will happen. That is expected to happen sometime today out of the National Archives. It
doesn't change anything, but you're going to have a lot of these podcasters that are going to accrete views today that everyone's going to go to, and they have no new information to really share compared to just listening directly to Live Now, because they aren't going to do really the analysis. To do the proper analysis, you need a little bit of time. Now, you may be able to speed it up with AI, but you need to do the proper analysis. Now, you really think that Steven Crowder is a real analytical guy? I don't think so. There are a lot of scholars in the subject matter, all right? Historians that know quite a bit about the subject. More than you do, more than I. Let the scholars, let the historians look at the data and do a full analysis. And then with the full analysis, we will have a better idea of what really happened. So just wait a little bit. It won't take that long to do the analysis, but it's not going to be immediate. But you're going to have lots of podcasters playing this game, because they need the eyeballs so they can get the ad revenue. And you played right into it. You're the commodity. See, I try to do shows where you're learning something that you can actually apply to your life to improve your life, either in finance or in health, all right? Or give you my perspective of the metaphysics of what's going on geopolitically, some of the dangers that are starting to emerge around the world. That's something that's important for you to get a pulse. But do you think your life is going to change if you know how many shooters there were for JFK? Is it going to improve your life or help you in any way that you know more about the JFK assassination? Should we know? Yes. Is it really going to change your life? No. Let's say if you have diabetes, is it going to change your diabetes? No. Let's say you're having problems in the financial markets. Is it going to solve your problem in the financial markets? And how to weather the storm? No. But you made Steven Crowder accrete more money through ad revenue. Now do you understand the bread and circus? Stick to people that are trying to help you. Stick to people that put the time and try to inform you about how to improve your health, how to improve your life. Not the clickbait bullshit.
Are you seeing that at all as a positive sign for commercial real estate broadly defined?
Definitely a positive sign. Commercial real estate, a very leveraged business. Interest rates matter in a significant way. And so, yeah, we'll take what we can get. If it moves from 7 to 6 2/3, we'll take it.
Where in commercial real estate do you guys see relative value the most attractive right now?
Yeah, there's a few spots, and certainly a lot of headlines get focused on the doom and gloom that's out there. Office has been just a whipping boy for real estate for really since COVID, so call it 5 years now. But some bright spots are out there, and T2 is active in some of these spots. Private credit has been a bit of a darling. Frankly, it's a great time to be a lender right now, as banks and others kind of try to process all the information that's going on, not just economically, but politically, and figure out where is it wise to allocate capital. So being in private credit, being that lender in these spots of uncertainty has some advantages to them from a pricing power perspective. Also, we have found a tremendous green shoot in student housing as well. We recently exited a large position at the University of Tennessee just last month. With liquidity as difficult as it is to come by in the past couple of years, really, for us to exit a $100+ million position just last month is noteworthy. So those two spots, credit and student housing, have been real green shoots for us.
All right. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get this structural nanosilver toothpaste. This has no fluoride. It whitens your teeth, freshens your breath, reduces inflammation at the gum line, helps the gum line heal. And with good oral hygiene, you're reducing the chances of vascular disease or valvular disease. Really important, especially when you get older. This is the best toothpaste you can buy. There is no toothpaste out there that you can buy that's better than this. Nothing. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get a few tubes of this toothpaste and use it every day. Help support my work and help support your oral hygiene. It's made from structural nanosilver. Now, before we go to Cash Jordan, because McDonald's is banning everyone under 20 because of the crime is so bad, because anyone under 20 are thieves and they're lawless. And I'll tell you, I'll expand on this when we're playing the video. There are certain types of people in our country that have no regard for law at all. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the vitamin D3. This helps with gene expression. It's a gene expression cofactor, really important. Vitamin D3 also helps to absorb calcium, and it helps to get rid of cells that need to go into apoptosis. Extremely important if the cell is infected. Vitamin K2 also helps to absorb calcium. It stacks really well with D3. So what for cardiovascular health, what it's going to do is it's going to help pull out and prevent further calcium depositing around plaque. So that's helping the cardiovascular part of this. But for the bone health, taking a supplement or drinking milk for calcium, you're absorbing that calcium with the D3 and the K2. And then you're doing resistance training and you're building up more bone matrix, and that's how you're going to get higher bone density. So taking the D3 and the K2 together is really important. And do the resistance training for bone health, and you will help to improve your cardiovascular health by reducing the calcium depositing. And to also boost that cardiovascular stack, nattokinase. It'll help to break up clots because it's fibrinolytic, and nattokinase will help to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. What that basically means is that you're reducing your LDL. When you have less LDL in your bloodstream, less is oxidized, less plaque formation. Very simple. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and take this stack. This stack is dual purpose. It's going to help with your cardiovascular health and your bone health. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off. Discount, all caps, the number 5. Okay. Oh, and by the way, I have a longevity cardiovascular box that has lots of supplements in it that will help to reduce the chances of building up new plaque and over time reduce the plaque that has formed. Now, so take a look at that longevity cardiovascular box. Now, let's go to Cash Jordan about McDonald's.
Unruly young people terrorizing his restaurant, and now he's forcing customers to show their ID to get inside, and anyone under the age of 20.
So one McDonald's has started carding people to try and limit gang activity, but it's not the only location in town, really, from an increase in crime. Some restaurants have rolled out security guards to keep the bad guys from coming inside and enjoying their own version of a Happy Meal, while others are barely hanging on as they display the visible signs of a society that's collapsing all around them. Kinda like this one right behind me.
But most customers say the age restriction is a good thing, and so are the 3 security guards posted at the entrances, because teenagers from nearby high schools
Think about
have
it. You can't go to McDonald's without seeing crime taking place and wrecking up the store in New York. This is the problem when you have children that are raised in this ultra woke society where it's lawless, where there's no affinity to God, country, or family. And when they become adults, when they move into their 20s and 30s, they become hardened criminals. This is a big problem in inner cities in America. And guess what? A lot of them are minorities. A lot of them. And what type of minority in New York? Black.
restaurant into a local fight club. McDonald's locations are all too often the scene of violent crimes, and both the victims and perpetrators can often be young.
They were panicking. Yeah. Some of the guys were calling somebody were calling 911, and then, like, in a few minutes, the police came.
I don't know why people pick this as their fight location, but it's unfair. They're crazy in this McDonald's, and they do too much. They jump people, jump delivery workers, jump the security.
It's not just out there cussing like a sailor. You can't turn around and say nothing to them. You understand what I'm saying? You got to know.
And this goes back to lack of God, country, family. And when you lose those pillars, you lose ethics. And when you're losing ethics, the society is going straight to hell. Big time, big time. And you can't even go to a McDonald's now in New York without having a. You need to be Rambo to be able to get a Happy Meal.
They're used to being ID'd since the Target around the corner also doesn't allow those under 18 in without an adult.
Police have been called to this location 29 times this year. 29 times. And it's not even March yet.
Crime Crime in New York is now so bad that soon regular businesses could all have to start checking ID. But what nobody's talking about is that many McDonald's in this city have become problematic hotspots for crime, and it's been that way for a long time, and the problems in these stores mirror what's going on in our subway system. However, this isn't the fault of the brand or the majority of law-abiding McDonald's customers, or even the store employees who are on the front lines of New York City's losing battle against street crime, which unfortunately manifests itself in a variety of ways. We're talking crazed maniacs who try to jump the counter, gangs who use these places as target practice, and the former governor of New York, David Patterson, was even attacked in front of a McDonald's this past summer. But while the company is doing everything it can to limit how close its employees actually need to get to customers with things like app-based technology and touch-style ordering kiosks, danger still works its way into the front door of some of these locations. Which brings us to the real reason these places are both hotspots for crime and magnets for gang activity. They're located in a city that would rather enable its criminals than punish them, which became frighteningly obvious last fall when a McDonald's in Manhattan's exclusive Upper West Side was overrun by gang members during a street fight, causing that entire restaurant to be evacuated with customers leaving their half-eaten meals behind. And as you're about to see, a bunch of these places have crime problems that are so bad, checking ID won't stop them.
What is up with the orange?
This rental will absolutely be worth it.
It's in nice condition, totally worth it.
So, what do you think?
What is up with the orange juice here? Why is it so concentrated? I actually like it. It's full of sugar. But I will tell you, while I feel safe hanging out inside this McDonald's, the other one I was at earlier, there was something going on with that place. I always see people selling stuff to each other, doing something outside or inside, people sleeping all over the place, and they're adults, so carding them won't keep them out.
One McDonald's in Brooklyn
I'm telling you, that's another issue in New York. You see homeless that they're there, but you also have gang members that are floating around. Now, I remember, coming home, late, around the Penn Station area, and there's a McDonald's or nearby, and late at night, I mean, I'll tell you, it's very unsafe. New York has got a serious problem with crime. And you have these places that are like open almost 24 hours. They, especially in shady areas, they're going to attract this kind of stuff. They're going to attract the gang members and the homeless and all that. Now, if they're homeless, most homeless people just want to be left alone. But the gang members, they're breaking stuff. They're swearing up a storm. They're stealing stuff. They're doing, other criminal activity. This is unsafe. People can die in these kinds of situations. It's a big problem in New York. Very big problem. And unfortunately, we have a weak DA, a district attorney, because he's not willing to prosecute minorities, especially blacks.
Under the age of 20 from entering their restaurant without an accompanying adult. A sign went up on the door announcing the policy change last week, and it comes after several incidents at that location.
So this particular location in Brooklyn, I've been there. It's by a whole bunch of schools, and it is kind of a rowdy location, but apparently their main problem is with large gangs of teenagers congregating inside the store, and they're not the only business with this problem. The Target nearby that location's also started carding people, and there are some malls in this city that won't allow anybody in without a parent if they're under 18 either. But before we get into why that particular location is so dangerous and why some of the other locations in town have such
Because a gun
it's important to understand
a gun shot through the window at McDonald's. And that's at a corner right by a pizzeria. I mean, anyone could get killed. I mean, I'm telling you, and there's tons of bikes there, but they look like delivery bikes. But the point here is that the lawlessness that's taking place, because you have a justice system that's not willing to prosecute these people. an understaffed police force that's trying to do the best that they can. And you have, on top of that, illegal immigrant activity, illegal aliens that are gang members. Not all illegal aliens are gang members. That's not the point. But in New York, as a sanctuary city, and we've been covering this for a while here, there are a lot of gang members that are coming from south of the border, on top of the lawlessness that's coming from the Black community. It's a problem in the United States, especially in inner cities like New York. And then you expand this out to that where you have a minority group out there, like the Black community, that wants reparation, that feels as though they are owed it and that they'll just take it from you. All right? So there's that element too. It's like they're trying to hold hostage non-Blacks. And so they get social benefits, they get money, they feel as though they're above the law, or that they know how to use the law in their favor to get away with these types of things. Crime, not paying their bill. These things are, and across the United States, this is happening, right? This is not just McDonald's. What if you're a landlord and you have tenants that are trying to use the law where they're not paying, right? Now, eventually they get evicted, but it's hard to collect. It's easier to evict, but it's hard to collect, right? Because most of these people don't even have any money. But the problem is that they don't have, you boil it all down, what's the root cause? They don't have ethics. They don't have an affinity to God, country, and family. They don't have the ethics for a well-functioning society. And what needs to happen is at the judicial level, they need to be held accountable, the full extent of the law. And don't give any leeway to these people.
And its own customers in order to keep its doors open, because that right there is the problem that underpins every single issue these stores are having. For example, the Upper West Side McDonald's that was taken over by gangs on Halloween after weapons were used just outside the restaurant. It's in an area where there were never any police, but where there was lots of gang activity taking place. And since the city won't stop the gang activity, it sometimes makes its way inside these places. And as you're about to see, there are some instances where checking ID won't do anything to stop even people who are under 18 from taking over these restaurants.
He says there were about 5 or 6 people running toward the McDonald's. They were panicking. Yeah, some of the guys were calling somebody were calling 911, and then in a few minutes, the police came. The police?
So that right there is the aftermath of a street fight that took place outside of a McDonald's in what many would consider to be a nice neighborhood that then made its way inside the very store, forcing everyone there to leave and the police and an ambulance to arrive. And when armed felons are charging into your business, I'm not really sure what 1 or 2 security guards checking ID are going to be able to do about that. However, having security in these places is almost a necessity in such a high crime city, because the last thing you want is for gangs to be congregating and plotting from inside the very restaurant. That's just going to act as a magnet for more criminal activity. And you certainly don't want people selling things that are illegal in these places either. And that right there is the big problem that a lot of the places in the area I'm in are experiencing.
Well, most customers say the age restriction is a good thing, and so are the 3 security guards posted at the entrances, because teenagers from nearby high schools have turned the fast food restaurant into a local fight club.
I don't know why people pick us as their fight location. That's unfair.
So what's really unfair is that since we don't have law and order in this city, it's up to McDonald's to police itself, and it's up to customers inside these places to watch their backs. And if you thought McDonald's prices were too high, think of what a local restaurant's going to have to charge if they have to hire a security team. Those security guards' paychecks are coming out of the pockets of the customers, and it just creates a ripple effect. First, the store has to charge more money to keep itself secure, and after the amount of money money that it charges goes up, the second thing that happens is less people are going to shop there, eat there, you know what I mean? And as less people come in the store's going to have to get more lax with who it lets in, and then the criminal element out on our streets is going to find its way inside once again. It's a losing battle that our businesses are fighting, and they're not equipped to fight this battle alone. They should be getting help from the city, but they're not. And as you're about to see, just putting on the outfit of a security guard and going to one of these places, that right there could make you a target for criminals who fear nothing.
They're crazy in this McDonald's, and they do too much. They jump people, jump delivery workers.
And what's the common theme that you're seeing here? Lots of blacks talking about the problems that they're seeing within their community. All right? Not all blacks are, bad or, don't have, God, country, and family ethics. That's not the point. The point is that in these communities, there are these gangs that are running roughshod on everything. And they have, for some reason, they have no fear of the police. So if they have no fear of the police, they have no fear of law enforcement, they have no fear of the judicial system, they're not going to pay attention to city ordinances or just, federal or state laws, and people get harmed. People can die in these kinds of situations. But somehow, some way, because they've seen it in the rap videos, they see it in their movies, the drug culture that they're a part of has exacerbated this point where people are dying in the streets. It's time to clean it up and to hold them accountable and push back.
Point out the children need a place to congregate and after-school options. And locals tell Fox 5 a new recreation center should be opening soon. But NYPD...
Okay, so if the people in the McDonald's are jumping the security guard, I'm not sure they're going to qualify on a behavioral level to be allowed into whatever rec center we need to stop gang activity from happening. And to be honest with you, this isn't really an access to resources problem, even though that's how local progressives want to spin it. Here in Midtown, they blame every problem making its way from the streets into our businesses on a lack of resources. Not enough rec centers, not enough after-school programs, not enough treatment facilities, not enough outreach workers. But here in an area of town that has a notorious crime problem, you have a plethora of treatment facilities all down the street from stores like the one I'm sitting in right now, which locals say just act as a magnet for criminal activity. And that's because if you're going to give out free resources, but you're not going to also give out consequences for dangerous, disruptive behavior, those resources are just going to enable more of that behavior, and the crime problems you've got are just going to get worse. Today's stories reveal that we live in a world that is out to get us from the very moment we wake up and open up our smart devices, which is what
he's starting to do advertisements in his videos, so I'm just kind of getting rid of skipping his advertisements.
4 extra months of Surfshark. So here we are inside Penn Station, the scene of an ongoing humanitarian crisis beneath the streets that we were just standing on. And critics say part of the reason for that is because people are allowed to engage in whatever type of criminal behavior they want in a public setting, and absolutely nothing ever happens to them. Plus, this is a neighborhood with tons of resources available for free, which are here to supposedly help people. And if you're going to let people be criminals while giving them free resources, that's just going to enable a criminal lifestyle they've decided to engage in. And this isn't limited to just what you see going on down here. Oh, no.
They're reckless and as ruthless of a crew as we've seen.
And they're young, some as young as 11 years old. Police say they first targeted Central Park this summer.
I mean, think about this. 11-year-olds and above gang members going to Central Park and causing havoc. They feel that and it's only going to get worse when they get older if they aren't killed.
Times Square is their playground.
So here we have a gang of teenagers who live in one of the city's asylum shelters. Now, they get to live there for free, and their ability to live there is not in jeopardy if they use that place as a facility to plan and commit crime all over town, which is what they're doing as members of a very dangerous gang. But in New York, we passed a law called Raise the Age, and what it says is that people aren't criminals even if they commit crime if they're under 18. And that's why you've got an unstoppable crime problem.
And that comes right out of, the lovely DA, the district attorney, Alan Braggs.
In Midtown, that's why you've got an unstoppable crime problem at some McDonald's that now have to ban teenagers. That's the only way to stop the problem, because people can be inside a McDonald's or out on the streets, do whatever they want, get transferred to the back of a police car, and then they get released back to whoever they're
Now think about this. You're 17, 18, maybe 16, 17, 18, you're hanging around these gangs, you're not, you're stealing stuff and you're not paying your way. And then you get into adulthood. You bang out a kid, all right? You don't have good cash flow, and so you're stealing, and you're just living a life throughout the whole duration of that child's development, early development, in an environment where it is unsafe and it is in an aura of theft. You think the child is going to grow up with morals when the mother and the father are gangbangers? This is the problem that we're having in the United States. We need to push back. If we don't push back, it's only going to get worse. You can't give them any tolerance, any leeway. None. Zero.
Progressives love to talk about how these laws keep good kids out of jail and out of a life of crime. On the other hand, these laws just enable criminals to do the same thing over and over again, which is bad because practice just hardens and trains criminals, teaching them how to engage with law enforcement and how to evade arrest next time. Because if nothing is going to stop someone from committing unlimited amounts of crime, there will always be a next time.
There have already been nearly 30 911 calls to this location in this young year, which is set to exceed the past 3 years, during which more than 100 911 calls were made for this location every year. With that, the neutral.
So 911 calls to the McDonald's full of teenage gang members have tripled. Is anyone really surprised, knowing what we now know about how the city operates? And if no law exists to stop someone from engaging in criminal behavior when they're under the age of 18 and terrorizing people, the only way to keep them out is to just ban them from coming in the first place. Make that against the law. And that is a shame, because if a police car and jail time don't exist as a final consequence of bad behavior, society just ends up paying the price. Now our restaurants become less convenient. Now our streets become less safe. All because we've decided that a criminal element destroying society should be allowed to keep on doing so in the name of social justice. And the only time people ever get punished in a society like this is when they do something really bad and somebody suffers irreparable harm. Is that really the kind of society that we want? Because that's the kind of society we're getting. It's the kind of society we have right now. And nobody's taking what is a massive problem seriously enough here.
It's not just cussing like a sailor. You understand? You can't turn around and say nothing to him. You understand what I'm saying? You gotta know when to shut your mouth.
So she, she's kind of, this kind of black grandmother kind of type, right? If you have a population, a youth that is not willing to listen to their elders, that's another problem, another issue in that society that will only lead to further criminal activity. If you don't respect your grandmother, how are they going to respect the police or the laws of the land? They don't. They don't. So you have to be very forceful with these people. You cannot give them any leniency. None. Zero. Because they will get worse. It's a cancer within the inner city, and it's metastasizing.
suffering from a lack of laws. None of the stuff that people are upset about is a crime in the eyes of our legal system. And if you think standing up to these thugs yourself is a good idea, we all know of one guy who almost had his life destroyed by this city when he stood up to somebody who threatened others in a public setting.
So
And you'd be
Daniel Penny receives prestigious award from Marine Corps League at Iwo Jima event. All right, but the thing is that the DA, Alan Bragg, he tried to destroy his life. Meanwhile, he was trying to save people's lives on the MTA from a dangerous individual. But what happened was the DA now has created a fear within the public, the Good Samaritan, that is like, don't intervene or the government is going to go after you. But they won't do anything about the criminals that are setting people on fire, literally on the MTA. They won't do anything substantial to stop the lawless activity that's taking place in New York. So the DA is literally helping this crime happen. That's the outcome.
But to think that same fate doesn't await you or anyone who wants to stand up to teenagers who aren't even criminals as far as our society is concerned. And everyone in this city knows that if you get into an altercation in a place like McDonald's or on the train or on the street, your best bet is to just surrender. And if you've got a crime problem in your business, the only solution to it is to ban people who are too young to be considered felons. Otherwise, keeping your doors open to everybody just makes your business a place where criminal activity could explode at any moment.
But it's not entirely clear how the age restriction is being enforced. These high school students walked right in. The security guard even held the door for them.
I mean, we do look like we're probably gonna go get security guards. It's kind of odd that you're like, oh, you gotta be 20, and then that walks right in.
They had it as 18 at first, and now they put it up to 20.
So this store right here, it's got cameras all over the place. All of these stores do. And you know what? Whoever runs that McDonald's that's carding people, they know who the criminals are that are heading into their store causing trouble. And of course, they want as much business as they can get. And they're not going to deny regular customers who aren't troublemakers or people who don't appear threatening. And of course, once this works, and the security guards let all the nice people in and keep the bad actors out, some progressive lawmaker is going to put a stop to it right away because it's working. And as our streets continue to get more dangerous and our laws continue allowing petty criminals unlimited second chances at places like McDonald's, local businesses are just going to have to be creative if they want to exist in a society that's falling apart. Because it doesn't look like we're headed in a direction where the problems happening in our public spaces are ever going to be the city's problem. And as obviously bad as things are right now, it seems like this trend is going to continue until the people who have to live with this on a daily basis realize it and start voting against it. What do you think about that? Are New York City's laws the reason we've got a crime problem here, the reason we've got gang problems inside our McDonald's? And what do you think the proper solution to stopping it is? Should people go to jail, or are unlimited second chances too few? Should we figure out a way to give people more second chances? Maybe that'll fix it. Thank you so much for watching. See you in the next video.
Not second chances, not third chances, not 10 chances. No. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the NAC. NAC is something that I've added to my health stack. Why? To bring up the glutathione levels, soak up free radicals. That's really important. Also, NAC helps to detox your kidneys and your liver, especially if you take acetaminophen. And NAC will help with calming the central nervous system and reducing anxiety. That's important because if you're over anxious, if you have a lot of anxiety, you're not going to be able to concentrate, but not just that, your cortisol levels are higher. And when you have elevated chronic levels of cortisol, it's immunosuppressive. You don't want that. It weakens your immune system. So you want to calm down that your central nervous system, go into parasympathetic, and bring down those cortisol levels and reduce that anxiety. So NAC helps with that. And NAC helps with lung health, to improve your lung health. Really important. Please go to my store, get the NAC, add this to your stack. Now, NAD Plus is another product that you should be taking. NAD Plus is a supplement that will help boost up your NAD Plus levels. That will increase your energy. That will also help to heal and repair your DNA damage, at the cellular level and at the mitochondrial level. All right, you have cellular DNA and you have mitochondrial DNA, and that mitochondrial DNA is actually coming from your mother. But the thing is that NAD plus, this supplement will boost up those NAD levels and help with repairing that DNA damage. As you get older, you start to accumulate more DNA damage and you age faster. But if you repair it, you're slowing down the aging process due to DNA damage. So NAD plus is really helpful with that, and it is neuroprotective. So when you're older, you need to take things like NAD plus and ubiquinol to help protect your neurons. And it stacks well with also clarity factor and the NAC. All right, that's another great stack. Now, let's talk about ubiquinol for a second. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can buy. Let me repeat that. Most people that use CoQ10 is getting the low bioavailable form. This is the most bioavailable form. You can't buy a better CoQ10. You can't. Nowhere. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the ubiquinol. This is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can get. Now, what ubiquinol does in CoQ10, what it does is it helps with mitochondrial health. It'll boost up your energy levels. It'll soak up free radicals because it's an antioxidant. But also ubiquinol will help to protect your neurons. So taking NAD plus together is a great stack to help with your neurons, especially if you're 40 years of age or older. And again, this is a great stack, NAC, NAD plus, and ubiquinol. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this stack. You can also add C60 or clarity factor to this neural stack. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, use discount 5 and you get $5 off. But the lawlessness is out of control in New York, and there's not enough city officials in the inner city pushing back on the Black community. But it's not just the Black community; it's also other minority communities. But the Black community in New York and the Latino community that's tied to these gangs are a major problem in New York. And it's only getting worse. It's not getting better. Did they just go to commercial break? Yeah, they just went to commercial break. I apologize. All right, so let's take a look at Fox News. This is about the war resuming in Gaza.
And we start with a Fox News alert. Israel is signaling plans for a broader offensive in Gaza as it continues to hammer Hamas targets.
All right, the fragile ceasefire ending over the terror group's refusal to release the remaining hostages, including American Edon Alexander.
Trey Yings is live from Israel with the latest. Good morning, Trey.
Hey guys, good morning. Overnight, Israel went back to war against Hamas, launching dozens of airstrikes throughout the Gaza Strip. Massive explosions rocked major population centers, including Gaza City, Khan Yunis, and Rafah. We know many people were killed, though Fox News cannot independently confirm the exact number. Among the dead are reported to be numerous senior Hamas officials, including Issam al-Awlas, who was acting as one of the de facto leaders of Hamas. Funerals were held this morning for some of the dead. We know that many are civilians. The question now is if this will continue. National Security Council spokesman Brian Hughes said in a statement, quote, Hamas could have released hostages to extend the ceasefire, but instead chose refusal and war. Hamas declined to accept a previous ceasefire proposal put forward by the Trump administration. And right now, there are indications that Israel could be preparing to enter Gaza on the ground.
This is, for the ones that have been watching, all right, about half an hour ago, maybe a little longer than half an hour ago, I was stating that there are two tribes biblically, there are two tribes that are extremely violent within Israel. All right. One of the tribes actually is tied to the temple. All right, so it's kind of weird where they're extremely violent, but they're also very spiritual at the same time. And the reason why is that they are the earthly expression of the angels that actually execute judgment in Gehenna, in hell. And what has happened metaphysically in our plane is that something that the consciousness, the patience has broken and has activated these two tribes. Now, the Jews don't know which tribe they're in unless they're a Cohen or a Levite. And sometimes they may not even know if they're a Cohen or a Levite, if they've lost their track of their family line. But the thing is that there are two tribes. Now, one of them is the Levites. I don't remember the other one. I'd have to look it up. But they're extremely violent if they're activated. And this is what has happened. They've been activated because they want the dead. They don't want the desecration of the dead. And that if they don't give him, they're going to kill and kill and kill and kill and kill. And it doesn't matter in the regard of these two tribes that are kind of like enwrapped in this IDF. All right, and you don't know who they are. Maybe it's the general. Who knows? But they've been activated. And what is going to happen is that they will continue to kill until they get their dead back. They have to have their dead. And this goes all the way back to Joseph and needing Joseph's body and making sure that Jacob's body was properly buried. It's extremely important. And Hamas has been fucking around to the point where it's activated the tribes on a metaphysical level. And there's going to be a lot of collateral damage until those dead bodies come back to Israel. That's what's happening right here.
Evacuation orders were given this morning with the IDF releasing a map for Palestinians to leave the entirety of the Gaza border area. Israeli officials quoted in local media today are telling Hamas to release the remaining hostages for the firing to stop. Israel clearly changing their negotiation tactics here. Looking at the situation in both Doha and Cairo, they're trying to put new pressure on Hamas to free the remaining Israelis held inside Gaza. Guys?
What's the sense, Trey, inside the country? Do they feel as though this is overdue, or is there more angst about the hostages?
It's both.
So there are two parts to this. This is a little bit of inside baseball, but it's very important here. We just learned last hour that the Jewish Power Party, led by Itamar Ben-Gvir, the country's former national security minister, will be rejoining the government coalition. Now, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has to pass a budget next week, and this is going to allow him to do so. The other thing to look at here is the hostages. There are 59 hostages still being held by Hamas inside Gaza. They were dragged into the strip against their will on the morning of October 7th, and 24 of them are believed to be alive. And we've spoken with so many of the hostages who were released from Hamas captivity, from Hen Alma Goldstein, from Kfar Aza, to Shani Gorin, from Nir Oz, to recently I spoke with Nama Levy, one of those surveillance soldiers who was released during...
I'm telling you, metaphysically, the two tribes have been activated, and there's going to be a lot of death and destruction because they are withholding the dead. This is retribution. This is just like what would happen if you don't repent and you go to hell, and you have to go through the purification process, and you have these angels that will persecute you. This is exactly, we're seeing the analog of it right now here.
Ceasefire that went into effect due to the pressure from the Trump administration. And they all have something in common. You look into their eyes and see the terror that they experienced being held as hostages. And you think about the 24 living hostages that are still there, including Idan Alexander, an American citizen, and what they must be going through. And so there's a lot of frustration among the families of the hostages about this war resuming. They are concerned that this could lead to them being killed. And they're also concerned that Hamas is not agreeing to any sort of deal that will get them freed from Gaza. And so as we look forward, the hope
this
here
is the reason why I was saying, going all the way back to 2023, around October 10th, when all this, started happening, right? I said, you have to kill Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran. They are the negative soul root of Esau. And until you do, you're going to have problems. You can't kick the can down the road anymore. Absolute, complete destruction of Esau. Cannot let him live.
Will lead to some sort of agreement to stop the war. At the end of the day, the people who are paying the highest price, it is the hostages that remain inside Gaza and the Palestinian civilians who are being killed by the dozens as this war resumes.
And Trey, we got word last week that Edon Alexander, the American from New Jersey, was going to be released. What happened with that?
Yeah, absolutely. So without getting too into the details here of what's been taking place in Doha as these negotiations
Now let's think
continue,
about this.
President Trump's
59 hostages, 24 are believed to be alive. All right? So that's 35 that are dead. Why is Hamas holding the dead? Why? Now remember biblically the importance of making sure that you're buried in the right land. All right? That this is the reason why there is these two tribes metaphysically that have been activated to seek and destroy until those bodies are brought back. That's what this is about. It's those 35.
Basically proposed a deal to Israel and Hamas that would see a two-phase deal. 11 living hostages set to be released in the first phase, and this would ultimately allow both Israel and Hamas to slowly but surely enter into phase 2 of a broader ceasefire agreement. Hamas rejected that deal that was put forward by the Trump administration and basically agreed to a deal of their own to release all of the bodies of American citizens that are currently being held inside Gaza and the final living American, Edon Alexander. This was seen by Israeli officials and Trump administration officials as a spin by Hamas, trying to pressure negotiators and also trying to drive a wedge between the Israelis and the Americans. And so we
now
see
with Esau's not dumb. Esau's very smart. He's a hunter. All right? He's cunning. And you just saw a cunning play of spinning a ceasefire agreement and trying to not really follow the full intent of what that ceasefire was supposed to be. And Esau knows, Esau thinks he can convince the negotiators. Esau thinks that he can convince the general public, the public of the court of public opinion through his cunningness. This is why the tribes get activated at a metaphysical level, because they're tired of the bullshit and they're going. It's just imagine if you're warned by God, all right, that a society is supposed to do something and they keep on refusing to do what God wants. There are angels that come down and create absolute destruction. All right? So Esau thinks he's cunning enough to try to prevent this. But what has happened is that the two tribes have been activated to kill, because Esau thought that he could outsmart the international community. And there's going to be a lot of collateral damage with this. A lot of children are going to die. But the thing is that Hamas did this to themselves.
Reported it out, but again, what we are looking at here is likely some sort of proposal on the table that remains. And at this hour, we do understand, according to Arab media, that negotiators are trying to say to Hamas, look, you have an opportunity to again come to the table and release the hostages. And this is the only way that this is going to basically give you an exit ramp and end what is now starting to become another major operation against the organization in control of Gaza.
So Trey, what do the family, this is a tough spot for any family member to be in, because you want the hostages, you want your loved one home with you. But then you see Israel's point of view, which is Hamas is not negotiating in good faith. They're not releasing, they haven't stuck with any of the guidelines in the past deals that were reached. And so are they upset with the Israeli government, or are they supportive of these measures now?
And this is the reason why I said,
is
this is the reason why I said those two tribes in the Bible, you know, when it came to the raping of their sisters by another group, you know, outside of the Jewish community, and they raped their sisters or they held their people hostage, these two tribes get activated and they just destroy everything. Everything. And they're activated. I'm telling you, metaphysically, they're activated. Let the games begin.
There are a lot of key disagreements about how to move forward with all of this. We saw overnight some of the hostages that were actually freed from Gaza and the families of those that remain inside the Strip posting broken hearts to social media and releasing statements of frustration about the war resuming, because there is real concern that this will ultimately lead to the deaths of the remaining hostages inside Gaza. But you raise a very important point here. Hamas has not negotiated in good faith, and it has led to a very challenging situation for negotiating teams and for President Trump's Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff. As they look at what's being presented, there's only one option, according to the Trump administration officials who are dealing with these ceasefire conversations, and that is a future for Gaza that does not have Hamas in control. And so they are encouraging Hamas to agree to a ceasefire, ultimately lay down their weapons, and release the remaining hostages. But the situation that we're looking at right now is incredibly dire, because if they don't do that, Israel is committed to continuing the war against Hamas. And as a result, many Palestinian civilians that are inside Gaza, remember, there are more than 2 million people inside the Strip, will be killed as a result. And so there are no winners in all of this. And again, at the focus here, the center of all of this, the remaining hostages, 59 of them that have been held by Hamas, this organization in Gaza, since the morning of October 7th.
Right. And Trey, final question for you. Clearly, the Israelis completely dialed in the White House. We had heard that they were consulting with the White House. And you were speaking of the Arab media. I'm looking at the Jerusalem Post. And apparently, Israel coordinated this attack with the United States after we hit Yemen. So it was going to be a 1-2 punch.
It's not surprising. There is incredibly close coordination happening right now between the Israeli government and the Trump administration, because when you think about the threats currently taking place in the Middle East, it's not just inside Gaza with groups like Hamas and Islamic Jihad, but it's also the Houthis in Yemen, who committed to firing once again on Israel with ballistic missiles and drones if the war inside Gaza resumed. But then you have Iran-backed organizations in places like Iraq and Syria that have participated in this conflict over the past 17 months. And then, of course, Iran-backed Hezbollah in southern Lebanon that still, this far into the conflict, has the capability to launch rockets and missiles into Israel. And so the Trump administration is looking at this in a holistic way. They're taking a 360 approach, trying to not only support their key ally in the region, Israel, but also ensure that American vessels in the Red Sea, for example, are not targeted by these Iranian proxies such as the Houthis. A lot of moving parts here, but as the war inside Gaza resumes, the big question here, as Benjamin Hall mentioned earlier on Fox and Friends, will the Iranians get involved, and how will the Iranians be a part of all of this? We saw that statement yesterday from the President of the United States, basically warning Iran that if they do not stop funding and supporting these proxy organizations that have launched attacks not only on Israel, but also on American forces in the region, there will be consequences. Okay?
And by the way, there's an unconfirmed report that they've taken out the spy ship that Iran had in the Red Sea that's been sitting there for 3 years, offering coordinates to the Houthis to take out the merchant ships, that it was sunk.
right.
So coordinated, that shows you there's a new strategy.
All right.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and help support my work. Where else are you going to get a metaphysical perspective on what's going on in the Middle East? All right? So get the structural nanosilver gels. I have 2 types. All right, you can get it. You use them the same way. You can get it in the tube form or in this easy-to-use dispenser. But both you can carry in your bag, have some at home and at work. It's a dual-purpose product. They'll help to heal a cut, an abrasion, or a minor burn quicker. You can apply it on your skin every day to help to improve your skin. Great way to do it is put it on at night and exfoliate in the morning. Another thing, if you're sick or someone around you is sick, guess what? Put this around your hands, on your hands, around your mouth, around your nose, around your eyes, around your ears. Lightly coat your nostrils. It stays active for 5.5 hours. You can use it as an aftershave. Guys, after you shave, put it on your face, and it'll soothe that shave, that razor burn. Women, if you're shaving your legs, put this on your legs, and it will help to heal the razor burn and improve your skin. So it's a dual purpose product. Make sure you have some available. You never know when you need it. If you have a stuffed up nose and it's sore, putting some structural nano silver gel, lightly coat your nostrils, and it'll help to soothe that soreness. And if you have a lot of nasal drip, put a little bit more gel in your nostrils, and it will help to mitigate that problem. So that's another little tip, just in case you're not feeling well. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the structural nano silver gel, and you can use it every day as a skincare. Now, let's talk about the skincare part of this. Now, that's the topical part. But if you take collagen, you're also helping your dermal layer, especially if you take the vitamin C and you drink it with filtered water, about 64 ounces of filtered water. Some people can't drink 64 ounces throughout the day, then drink 32 ounces of filtered water. But drinking the water, taking the collagen, and taking vitamin C will cross-link and improve your dermal layer, so the middle layer of your skin. So the topical is the top layer of your skin, all right, that you put the gel on. This will help with the dermal layer, and it cross-links with the vitamin C to improve it. And if you take C60 and resveratrol, you're helping with the basal layer, which is producing new skin cells. So the C60 is a strong antioxidant. The resveratrol helps to get rid of cells that are in senescence. So, and it's an antioxidant. But collagen is a multi-purpose product. All right. It has a typical amino acid profile shown on the screen here. You can see the label on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. So collagen helps with the skin, the hair, the nails. But if you do some resistance training, it's going to help with your muscles, your bones, and your joints. That's including your cartilage, your tendons, your ligaments. So taking collagen every day is a dual purpose. This is a 1 month supply. It has a big scooper. Take 1 scoop a day, mix it with soft foods, a smoothie, or filtered water. Some people mix it with milk, and take it every day. Do some resistance training. Take the vitamin C. Drink the filtered water, and you're improving your joints, your bones, and your dermal layer for your skin. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the collagen. Now I have discounted a box called Anti-Aging Skincare, beginner's box and advanced box. The beginner's box has the collagen, the vitamin C, and also the structural nano silver gel that will help with the topical layer and your dermal layer. And the advanced box, it's everything. You get everything that's in the beginner's box, but you also get 2 other supplements, which is the C60 and the resveratrol to help with the dermal layer, to help with the basal layer. So it's a great way to improve your skin health. All right, it's very comprehensive. If you notice, I'm telling you very comprehensive ways to improve your health and slow down the aging process and move to a path of vitality and longevity. Most people that say, oh, just get the collagen, but they don't understand how to stack the stuff to actually make it work. All right, and I just told you how to do it. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the collagen. All right, with that said, let's go to Bloomberg and see what they are saying about the judge.
Extraordinary, especially for this Chief Justice. I can't remember the last time he's said anything like this, sort of sua sponte, as they say, just out of the blue, because of some of the things that have been going on and today with Trump, with that Truth Social post, where he called Judge Boasberg, who is the judge in this case involving the Venezuelans who were flown to El Salvador, and the question is whether it was done against that judge's order. So because there are calls for his impeachment, and in fact, as you mentioned, there have been, an impeachment has already been filed against one judge who made a ruling in the Doge case over the Treasury data. And so with more calls for this, I think he's just trying to step out there and say, this is not the way to go. And it's not the way to go. I mean, impeachment, high crimes and misdemeanors, treason, bribery, not giving a bad ruling to the Trump administration. That is not a ground. What you do is you get a bad ruling, you appeal it if you can appeal if it's part of the process at that step. The Trump administration is taking the birthright citizenship cases to the Supreme Court. Why are they calling for impeachments at this point? And as you mentioned, Elon Musk has been doing this repeatedly, calling for every bad ruling to be, the judge to be impeached. And that's just not the way it's done.
Donald Trump himself taking to Truth Social today, as you referenced this case involving the deportation of suspected Venezuelan gang members. Quote, this judge, like many of the crooked judges I'm forced to appear for, he writes, should be impeached. All caps, triple exclamation point. But June, of course, this is what Donald Trump does, right? I mean, did the Chief Justice actually need to say something here? Was there a legal mechanism that was about to lead to their impeachment?
Well, I think he wants to nip this in the bud, sort of, because you do have that one impeachment notice being filed, and now you have another GOP representative saying he's going to file for impeachment of Judge Boasberg, who, by the way, is a well-respected judge, the chief judge, the senior judge on the D.C. Circuit. He's been on the bench since 2011, really well-respected and tough. So it'll be interesting to see what he does in this case with the Venezuelans. But I think, the Chief Justice wanted to make a point of this. And just last week, two senior judges talked about the importance of not having impeachments and how it's wrong to have impeachments for judges. So it's something that's been building up. It didn't just happen today, but I think maybe having Trump say that might have signaled to the Chief Justice, I better step in now because this is going to get out of control really quickly. And it's already been a concern. It didn't just happen today. It's been a concern for weeks. The impeachment motion for that judge I mentioned was filed last month. So even though they're not going to be able to get them impeached. I mean, if you couldn't impeach Trump years ago, you're not going to be able to get the votes to impeach them. But just the whole process of putting a judge through that in any respect when it's just about an order, and it's not even final orders, it's preliminary orders that they're saying are so bad that the judges should be impeached. It's just not the way the legal system is supposed to work. And I think the Chief Justice just said, let me stop this right now if I can.
Wow. Sounds like, the Chief Justice is speaking up for his team. He's looking out for the judicial branch in this case because, June, I think we can agree here in our remaining moment, the judicial branch has turned out to be the check on the administration while Congress is still trying to find the door. Exactly.
And now we're faced with the question of whether Trump and the administration are going to obey the orders of this particular judge, the judge in this Venezuelan case. And as you mentioned, I mean, the Chief Justice, it's really extraordinary for him to say this, to step in at this point, or any point really. Usually you hear what he wants to say in some speech he gives or in a Q&A he does at a law school. You don't hear it like this. Here's a statement from the Chief Justice of the United States. It's extraordinary.
Remarkable. I'm glad we could spend some time with June on that. June Grasso, thank you so much. It'll be a fascinating edition of Bloomberg Law, of course, coming up after Balance of Power this evening here on Bloomberg Radio. Thank you for being with us. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We're spinning a bunch of plates here. A couple of them weren't even in the air when we started here at 12 noon. We want to update the markets. We're also going to update for you what is happening overseas and at the White House today. They are now, 2.5 hours into this phone call between President Trump and Vladimir Putin. Ian Marlowe will join us ahead to talk about what's going on here. We've also got our eyes on the Middle East today with a ceasefire that appears to have just fallen apart. But it's the markets we want to hit right now. Our colleague, Charlie Pellet, standing by at World Headquarters in New York with his eyes on Wall Street. Charlie, how's it looking?
Indeed, lots going on. A lot of moving parts to this market. Joe Matthew, right now, bottom line, lower across the board. 24 minutes to go until we hear from Jensen Huang of NVIDIA. His speech coming up at 1 o'clock Wall Street time. NVIDIA shares right now trading lower. We got NVIDIA down now by about 1.8%. Bottom line here, stocks selling off. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red as investors prepare for the Fed's decision tomorrow on interest rates. They're also assessing the impact of President Trump's trade policies on the economy, and as you alluded to, a number of geopolitical issues. S&P right now down 57, down 1%. We've got the Dow down 293, down 0.7%. The NASDAQ Composite Index right now down 270, lower by 1.5%. 10-year at 4.29%, the 2-year 4.03%. Spot gold up $34 the ounce, looking at a record $3,035, up 1.2%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.6%, 67.60 a barrel on WTI. You heard Kathy Wood talking about it. Bitcoin moving lower today. Bitcoin right now down by 2.5%, 81,809. Bitcoin moving lower. However, Kathy Wood sticking with her target of $1.5 million by 2030. Again, recapping, stocks lower, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red. Balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host here is Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. It's still St. Patrick's Day for Charlie. God love him. The voice of Wall Street and the New York subway. If you were on YouTube, you would have seen that beautiful green tie. Find us on YouTube right now by searching Bloomberg Business News Live. We're 2.5 hours in, give or take a couple of minutes, 2.5 hours into a phone call between President Trump and Vladimir Putin on what is today 11 years to the day since Putin illegally annexed Crimea. They're talking about Ukraine, of course, how to bring this war to an end, although based on what Donald Trump said on Air Force One over the weekend, they've already kind of framed what this is going to be. They're essentially talking about dividing up assets at this point, knowing that Ukraine does not have a seat at the table. We're going to get a readout at some point. There are very few people on this call. It's just the two presidents and a couple of aides listening in. And Ian Marlowe joins us right now, Bloomberg senior reporter covering U.S. foreign policy. It's great to see you. The anatomy of a phone call like this, we don't know what they're talking about, but give us a sense of the sort of process when they get on the line. It's not like Donald Trump's calling a small talk Vladimir Putin. They're, I presume, set up by both offices. They're introduced to each other. Is there a framework for the call? Is there an agenda? Or do you just start ripping?
I think generally there's an agenda on these types of calls, and both sides now know what they want to get out of this. I think the issue for the Trump team is emerging from this still looking strong and not looking like you're getting run around by Putin, who, people have long said kind of wants to engage in this process in part to potentially spin it out and, continue getting battlefield gains and the rest of it while the U.S. pressures Ukraine. So I think there's a lot of pressure on Trump's team now to emerge from this on both sides, not looking weak vis-a-vis Russia and not looking too fierce when it comes to pushing the Ukrainians to the table, which has been the main criticism, I think.
Well, that's right. I mean, we are talking about it. He says we're talking about land and power plants, dividing up assets. We're essentially talking about how great the reward will be for Russia after a decade of aggression, no?
And Bloomberg is also reporting that one of the Russian asks on this is for the U.S. to halt weapons shipments to Ukraine as well. So there's not only the sort of post-ceasefire negotiations in terms of what sort of things Trump needs to say to bring Russia to the table, but there's also sort of immediate things that Russia is probably going to look for. And Trump, Secretary of State Marco Rubio and others have said they just want to stop the fighting. And they kind of use that as an explanation for almost any question people have about this process. Will it involve Ukraine giving up territory? Will it involve security guarantees on the U.S. side? They just say, look, we just want to stop the fighting, end the bloodshed, and then we can kind of figure out everything. But a lot of people already know what sort of things are being debated here, and they're very concerning for people in Europe and for Ukraine. And so there's not a lot of detail at the moment on exactly what Trump is necessarily offering to Russia to bring them to the table.
Yeah.
And at the moment, it does look like Russia has at least some of the upper hand, given how desperately it seems Trump wants a deal and how willing he is to pressure Ukraine to bring them to the table too.
Yeah. We can tell you the call has ended. Just want to be clear here. It ended some time ago, as a matter of fact. NBC News is now letting us know. Typically, the White House will issue a statement saying that the call has ended. That did not happen. A White House official telling NBC News the call ended. It lasted over an hour and a half. So they've been off the horn now for roughly an hour. We still don't have a readout. What do you think happens next?
I'm not honestly too sure. When we were
they may not either.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when we were in Saudi Arabia with Secretary Rubio, when they were dealing with the earlier talks with the Russians, I mean, just process-wise, the Russians bring along their own delegation, their own press, and they are, very free and talking to the media about what they want. And so, some of us with the U.S. delegation were learning things via Russian state media and stuff. So sometimes that's the way this process works. The White House might be more formal about it. But I think we'll probably get a readout, and then we'll have a sense, maybe, Trump is unorthodox. He might, jump in front of the camera and give his sense of what's
going to have to see it at some point today, right? We should let our viewers and listeners know that there's a 3 p.m. EO signing that's on the schedule. It's the only thing on the White House guidance today, so maybe he uses that as an opportunity, or they can always add something. I guess a win would be a deal, right? I mean, that's the ultimate win. Would a meeting between these two also qualify as progress?
I think so, yeah. I mean, I think there's the White House is very interested in showing progress on an issue that Trump talked about a lot on the campaign trail, and a lot since he's come into office. He put a lot of resources into it. There's always the risk with a leader-level summit, Putin, Trump, that you reward, Putin, like, in the past, he had rewarded Kim Jong-un with a summit that's premature. Yeah. You know what I mean? Before the details have really been hashed out.
Right.
And, so far in this process, we've seen, since the inauguration, we've seen a lot of big foreign policy announcements and the details being hashed out later in a very strange way, sometimes in the courts, sometimes things fall apart, sometimes like with what's happening now in the Middle East with Israel renewing its attacks. We're seeing things reverse from what Trump and his team had wanted. So we'll see. But I think a summit would be if it's just Trump Putin, then you're into criticism about whether Ukraine is involved and whether Trump is moving forward with this without Ukraine. So we'll see.
Just go to Yalta. I mean, do people realize that's in Crimea? It's kind of amazing how this stuff works. Yalta references running wild this morning. In our remaining 30 seconds, is there a world in which we see Vladimir Putin at the White House? It's been floated as an idea.
Mm-hmm. And he's talked about Xi Jinping coming to the White House as well.
That's not real, right? Either of these?
It's hard to see them happen. It's hard to see the team allowing that to happen, but we'll see.
Fair answer. Ian, thank you. I know you've got a lot of work ahead as we stand by to hear more about what happened on this call. It is done. They've hung up the phone and we're standing by for a readout from the White House. We'll assemble our political panel next. In Washington Live, I'm Joe Matthew. This is Bloomberg.
All right. Hopefully, we're going to find out what that Putin call was with Trump shortly here. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Let me talk about a stack that's going to help with your muscles, with soaking up free radicals, and also helping rejuvenate your tissues. Now, let's start with rejuvenating your tissues here. Resveratrol is an antioxidant, so it's going to soak up free radicals. It's going to help with your mitochondrial health, so it's going to help with energy levels. But it also helps with youthful gene expression. All right. So your genes that are expressed change when you get older. You want to go back to a youthful expression. This is part of the epigenomics. All right. So, and when you get older, your methylation changes. So if you get rid of the cells that stop dividing and that are in senescence, they're older cells. So they have a different methylation profile compared to the adult stem cells in that tissue. So if you can activate those adult stem cells to rejuvenate and get rid of the old cells, then your tissues will be healthier. The expression of the genes will be more of a youthful cell because of the change in methylation profile, but also the telomere lengths will be longer. So resveratrol will help with that. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the resveratrol. I've been taking resveratrol for decades. It stacks really well with C60. Now, C60 is a very potent antioxidant, and you can get it in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration. It's cheaper to purchase the higher ounce configuration because you get a discount. The cost per ounce is lower for the higher ounce configuration. Now, C60 needs to be in a lipid. C60 is a molecule, 60 carbon molecule, looks like a soccer ball. The technical term is fullerene or a buckyball, but it's a very strong molecule. You cannot break it. You cannot break C60, all right? So it's a very strong molecule, and it has electrons floating around and shimmering on its surface. And those electrons are moving around these different carbon atoms, and it allows for the C60 molecule to neutralize the free radicals and bring down the stress in the cell. So it's very potent. You take a teaspoon a day. Best way to do it is to take it on an empty stomach for best absorption, but you take it every day. If you're working out, take it before your workout to soak up the free radicals that you're generating during your workout, but you'll also notice that you're recovering quicker because you took it before the workout. Now, C60, soaking up those free radicals, reducing the stress in the cell, helping with the health of the mitochondria. And so therefore, you are going to have higher ATP levels. You're going to have more energy in your cell and your tissues. That means your tissues are going to perform better because it has less stress and has more energy. And by soaking up those free radicals, you're reducing the damage that can be formed in the cell or in the tissue because of oxidation. Okay? Now, C60 also helps not just with your immune system, but it also helps with your endocrine system and your neurons. Why? Because in your neurons, you have lots of mitochondria. Your neurons need lots of ATP to stay healthy and to make neurotransmitters and to shoot those neurotransmitters into the synaptic cleft. So when you do that, you need lots of ATP. If you get older and you have poor mitochondrial health, you don't have the ATP to have these neurons firing as well. And this is part of the reason, not the only reason, but part of the reason for the cognitive decline in the elderly. So, or you also start having cognitive decline once you hit 30 and age 50. But we'll talk about that later. But C60 will soak up those free radicals, boost up the health of the mitochondria in the neuron, and it'll have the ATP to be able to create those neurotransmitters and to shoot them off. By bringing down the stress in the cell, by soaking up the free radicals with C60, you're also improving the health of the neuron. So it's a supplement that helps many different systems in your body. Okay? So take a teaspoon a day, every day. And what you're going to notice is that your body's performing better, your endocrine system's performing better, your immune system's performing better, your neurological system is performing better. Some people will notice that if they had an eye problem, that the eye problem is mitigated or eliminated. I used to wear glasses. Once I was 20 years old. Once I started taking C60, within 2.5 months or so, I no longer needed glasses. And I'm farsighted with astigmatism. Now, why did that work? I have no idea. But the idea here is that you're improving the neurons and you're reducing the stress. Okay? But But the point here is that C60 slows down the aging process. And you take this on a regular basis, what's going to happen is you're going to have these compound effects, positive compound effects, and you're actually going to see your body healing and slowing the aging process. When you compare it to a peer group, where you would see a lot more aging. And when you have stress and you have inflammation, the body, isn't healing as fast as it should be. Chronic inflammation leads to a suppression of your immune system, and eventually your cells get more damaged and you age faster. All right. So a way to stop that is to take the C60 every day and document it. If you're unsure of what this does, take C60 for 1 year, make a journal, say what your ailments are in the journal, and over time, do a weekly journal and say which of these systems are improving and when it's happening. But take a teaspoon a day, and what you're going to notice in the mirror and in your health internally, you're going to start to notice that you're healthier, right? But if you stack this with other things that I have on my store, you're going to get added benefits to it, such as that core stack that I talk about, the max 35 or the max 14 to boost up your immune system, stacks well with the C60, which brings down the free radicals, and stacks well with the turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans to help boost up your immune system, and stacks well with the boomer boost that boosts up your energy levels and your metabolism. You do that all together, that's a very powerful stack. But let's talk about a different powerful stack. But before we do that, you can get this C60 in extra virgin olive oil, MCT coconut oil, or avocado oil. You have to take C60 in a lipid. It's lipid soluble for you to absorb it. If you're trying to take C60 in a powder, bad idea. Bad idea. Don't do that. You have to take it in a lipid to have the absorption. Okay, now stack it with the resveratrol. It's a great stack. Right? You bring it. Both of them are antioxidants. C60 is much more potent, but both will soak up free radicals, but you're also helping with the youthful gene expression by getting rid of cells that are in senescence and activating your adult stem cells and creating new cells. All right? And improving the mitochondrial health. Great stack. But another great stack, when we get older, it's harder to build muscle. So by taking Myotrol, because this has flavonoids, lignans, and polyphenols in it, what will happen is that you're going to have the ingredients to be able to help gene expression to build muscle. Once you turn about age 40, you start losing muscle mass, and it's harder to gain muscle, right? Because your epigenetics have changed. But if you take the supplementation that helps with the gene expression to build muscle, you're going to gain muscle if you're doing resistance training and taking Myotrol. And you're also maintaining the muscle that you do have and improving your mitochondrial health. This stacks really well with gladiator barley, because gladiator barley is a high density protein. So if you want more muscle gain, take the gladiator barley, do the resistance training, and also take the Myotrol for the gene expression to build muscle and to maintain muscle. And you need lots of ATP to maintain that muscle. See, what are some of the common themes here? When you get older, you get more oxidative stress, so you need to soak up those free radicals. Your ATP goes down, so you need to boost up those ATP levels. And you need to slow down the aging process on your genome through methylation. That methylation process shuts down certain genes, turns on certain other genes. And when you're older, you have a different epigenetic profile compared to when you were younger. We want to slow down that methylation process. And when you do that by taking things like Myotrol, taking things like resveratrol, and taking things like C60 together, you're slowing down that methylation process of aging. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Myotrol, get the resveratrol, and get the C60, this is a powerful stack to slow down the aging process. And it's affordable. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order.
Does weaving translate into Russian? And what is Vladimir Putin hearing as Donald Trump is weaving? I think one thing that we heard from the National Security Advisor over the weekend was fascinating on this point about Crimea, because he talked about the fact, is it really in our interest, the United States, to drive every Russian out of Ukraine, including Crimea? And that raised a lot of concern that potentially the Trump administration is open to allowing Russia to negotiate to keep some of the land that it took. And obviously negotiations, you have to be able to ask for what you want and work this out. The problem on the Ukrainian side is, of course, they agreed to the ceasefire or the pause without condition. And to the point that you guys were just making, the question is are we going to allow Putin to push for what he wants and not allow Ukraine to get something in return? And that, I guess, is really the concern that we're all going to wait to hear what the readout on this thing looks like.
All right, I want to ask you both about what's happening in a completely different room here in Washington, D.C., a courtroom where the administration was due to provide more information today about its decision to not adhere to a court ruling, to not turn an airplane around that was carrying, at least one airplane. There could have been two, we've now learned. More than 200 suspected Venezuelan gang members. They ended up in El Salvador. We talked about this a lot yesterday. The judge says you violated a court order here. The Attorney General, we heard from AG Bondi on Fox last evening, says otherwise. Listen.
This one federal judge, again, thinks he can control foreign policy for the entire country, and he cannot. And right now we're evaluating our options.
Okay, so the administration may continue doing these flights?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Fast forward to today. By the way, there's no decision on this coming following that request for more information. We just heard from the Chief Justice, Ashley, John Roberts, suggesting the impeachment of federal judges is, quote, not an appropriate response to disagreement with their rulings. Very unusual to hear a statement like this from the Chief Justice, knowing that Donald Trump, as recently as today, and Elon Musk on a daily basis, have been calling for the impeachment of judges. How important is this to hear from the chief?
I think it's a very important statement when we just talk about the word of impeaching judges when you don't like a ruling. And that's what he's talking about. He's not, which I think is very important to remember, he's not talking about the case.
Correct.
And
this has come up in any number of cases where we hear about impeaching the judge.
And also, there was a lot of talk in the last administration about just the Justice Department being politicized on both sides. I mean, this has been a long, which I feel is a horrible thing for our country to have to be talking about, because that's one thing we should be believing in is the judicial system. However, I'm going to be conservative on this issue in regards to when they did get the ruling that they should turn around the plane. Are we really going to turn around 261 gang members that have committed horrible crimes in this country and are here illegally? So my question would be, why do they have rights one way or the other? And it's just a losing argument, I think, from the general public that we want to bring these people back. But I understand the bigger dynamic of the judicial conversation. But in the words of national security and in the thoughts of what we should do, these people should not be in our country.
What do you think about this, Jeannie? We talked about it yesterday. Whether you think that these people deserve due process is one question. The Chief Justice is trying to stop this conversation about impeaching judges right now, though. Will he be effective?
I don't know. This is very reminiscent of something that Chief Justice Roberts said in 2018 when he said we don't have Obama or Trump judges. And here he goes again. And I do think it is an important moment because so many people have been talking about, have we reached a constitutional crisis or not? And here you see the Chief Justice of the United States, who seldom likes to enter the political fray, taking very, very seriously a very troubling post on Truth Social by Donald Trump today, talking about impeaching a judge that he disagrees with. And the clip you played from Pam Bondi is just fascinating because I don't know where Pam Bondi has been, but it is always one judge who makes a decision, and then if you don't like that decision, you appeal up. And that's what I think is very troubling about all of this, is there are procedures in this country that we follow to ensure that we all enjoy rights and liberties. And, you know, on these 200 plus or minus people who were deported, the fact is nobody knows who they are. It is a big black hole. We don't know if they were gang members. We don't know what their names are. We have to just trust the president. Okay, we trust them. But if next time Kamala Harris comes into office, are Republicans going to want to trust her when she picks up 200 people and throws them out of the country and says, don't worry, we vetted them. They were very bad people. So this is why we give people rights. If they've committed crimes, if they're here illegally, obviously you remove them. But the problem is here, we have no verification on those points. That's why a federal judge looks at each case and says yes or no. And that's the real problem that we're facing here.
Well, maybe the answer to this whole situation, Ashley, is self-deportation. I want you to just park that idea for a second because we've got some history here around this, and Donald Trump is going there again, taking to social media today from the White House, an especially crafted video, to urge unauthorized immigrants to see their way out, self-deport. There's even an app for that. Listen.
People in our country illegally can self-deport the easy way, or they can get deported the hard way, and that's not pleasant. The Biden administration exploited the CBP-1 app to allow more than 1 million aliens to illegally enter the United States. Now my administration is launching the CBP Home app to give people in our country illegally an easy way to leave now and self-deport voluntarily. If they do not avail themselves of this opportunity, then they will be found, they will be deported, and they will never be admitted again to the United States, ever again. They're never coming in.
All right, I think you get the point. If you're listening on Bloomberg Radio, he's sitting behind the Oval Office for this. And of course, it brings us back to the 2012 presidential campaign. Remember, Mitt Romney was laughed at during one of the primary debates when he suggested self-deportation. Analysis following the outcome of that election. As you read Politico, go back to November of 2012. Fascinating analysis that Mitt Romney's maniacal and crazy policy of self-deportation, these are quotes, alienated Asian and Hispanic voters, helped cost him the election. This individual said he had a crazy policy of self-deportation. He lost the Asian vote. He lost everyone who was inspired to come into this country. That man was named Donald Trump. Ashley, a lot's changed since 2012.
First of all, we didn't have the border crisis that we have or had right now as we did.
What is self-deportation a more serious concept now than it was then?
So I think it is for a few reasons. And by the way, he did put this in, they did start this last week, and you saw one of the Columbia students actually did take advantage of it and leave.
The new app.
The new app. And so I think they're trying to do everything possible to get as many people out that came here illegally. And so this is what they're doing to say, you're not going to be in trouble if you do it now, and you can maybe try it again. And I hear the music, I need to stop talking.
That's all right, we'll have more time. Ashley Davis, Jeannie Shanzino. Self-deportation is back on the table. Our great panel will be back with us in our second hour. The phone call has ended between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. We'll have a lot more on that in hour 2 on Balance of Power here on Bloomberg.
So someone asked me about, can you regrow cartilage in the knee? There's different types of cartilage, and there's different types of collagen within your body. And the issue is that, you know, especially in a sports situation, or, you know, there was some damage to a joint. All right. Sometimes you get inflammation and it starts to erode the cartilage. Other people have had infections that have eroded the joint. And and the cartilage is barely there or completely gone. So sometimes it's through infection, sometimes it's through, some sort of sports injury or an accident that has taken place. And over time, that cartilage is rubbing and eroding to the point where it's bone to bone. When you have bone to bone situation, that's a surgical issue. You gotta have like basically a knee replacement, right? Now, if it's minor issue where your cartilage is there and there's a lot of inflammation, but it's slightly eroded, then by taking supplements and collagen, you can arrest further problems and bring down that inflammation, because that inflammation is causing the erosion of the cartilage. So in this case, you want to try to mitigate further damage. Now, when you strengthen your tendons and your ligaments, right, and you improve the cartilage that you do have, then you most likely are mitigating some of the problem with the joint. Most people, though, that have this kind of problem, that have a lot of erosion in the cartilage, they also have osteoarthritis. So that's bone that is inflamed, that's in the joint area, usually both sides. So in this case, the knee, you have bone erosion and inflammation, and either some cartilage there or no cartilage, depending on if it's bone-to-bone situation. Now, if you have some cartilage there, or a decent amount of cartilage, and there's inflammation and you have that osteoarthritis, what you can do is improve the osteoarthritis by taking D3, K2, calcium supplements, and doing light resistance training. And what will happen is over time, it takes about 9 months. You need high doses of D3, very high doses of D3. Depending on your BMI, anywhere from, some people, take anywhere from 25 to 50,000 units a day. But you have to be careful when you take very high doses of D3 that it can be neurotoxic. All right. So you have to be careful that that you're paying attention to your cognitive function. It doesn't become really neurotoxic until about 7 months in, 6 to 7 months into the treatment. So what happens is that once you start feeling better, you stop the high dose of D3. If you get to let's say 7th month and you start to feel a little foggy, then you go back to about 10,000 units of D3. If you couldn't heal the joint and reduce that pain and the osteoarthritis, because this collagen issue and osteoarthritis usually parallel each other, or usually associated, then what will happen is that, let's say you couldn't fully heal it and you start having the neuro effects and neurotoxicity effects. What you do is you wait about 6 months to 8 months, and then you redo the protocol. And usually the second go around, you reverse the osteoarthritis. Now, I used to do triathlons. I had osteoarthritis in my knees and my elbow and my shoulder, especially my shoulder. And what I did was I did light resistance training for 7 months and took the high dose of vitamin D3, the K2, and I drank milk. All right. Now, some people don't like drinking milk or can't drink milk because they're lactose intolerant and they have to take a calcium supplement. And you have to do daily light resistance training on the problematic joint to reduce the osteoarthritis. And when you're doing this, you're also strengthening the tendons and the ligaments, which helps to put less stress on the cartilage. But again, depending on how much cartilage damage there is, depends on if you need surgical intervention to replace that joint, to add a buffer between your bones and replace that cartilage. There is some treatments dealing with stem cells where if you have a decent amount of cartilage, that stem cells seem to rejuvenate new cartilage. So people do stem cell treatments, all right? But that's still, it's not widely used as a treatment. If the cartilage is really eroded, completely gone or a lot of erosion, then you will need surgical treatment usually. Now you're talking about, a major situation here, especially in the knee. All right. Now, again, if you mitigate the inflammation, all right. So, like I was explaining, you're doing some resistance training and you're creating a growth factor in that area. You're reducing the osteoarthritis, and that growth factor is strengthening that joint wherever it is in your body. In your case, the knee. You're putting less pressure on the cartilage if you still have cartilage there. Now, you can also bring down inflammation by taking the turmerics. The turmerics. Now, because you have chronic pain with the knee, most likely your cortisol levels are higher. And so that's not good. So what you really want to do is kind of calm down that system and bring down those pro-inflammatory cytokines. So you really need to take the lignans and you need to take the turmeric to bring down that inflammation, because inflammation is going to cause further damage to the joint. So, but if the cartilage erosion or damage is slight, then you can arrest it and you can build up the joint and the musculature and the tendons and the ligaments where you are mitigating the problem and reducing the pain. But it takes time. And if you're remodeling that joint, it takes a lot of time. It takes almost a year to remodel a joint. So if you're doing that, assuming you have cartilage, it's going to take some time. Take the lignans, bring down that inflammation. Take the turmeric to bring down that inflammation. Take the collagen to help support your joint health and the support tissues that you have, the tendons, the ligaments. Most likely you have bone pain, that's osteoarthritis. Taking the K2 and the D3. But if you're doing the K2, D3, and high concentrations with the D3, and you're doing the resistance training on that joint, it's going to be more painful. And it will be more painful for 2 months. So the worst pain that you've had with that joint, take it 2.5 times. And you will have that pain level for about 2 months to 2.5 months. And then all of a sudden what will happen is that the pain will start to go down slowly. And then around in the 4th or 5th month, you don't have as much pain. You have a little bit of pain, maybe when a change of the weather. And you try to keep on doing this for about 7 to 9 months, unless you have the neurotoxic side effect with the very high doses of D3. We're talking about 25 to 50,000 units. So that's a high amount, all right, to take every day. But that's how you reverse the osteoarthritis and how to strengthen the joint. Now, if you give it the cartilage, the nutrients it needs, the cartilage that you do have will be saved. But it depends on how much you have, and if it's really eroded, you need knee surgery. All right, so with that said, hopefully that helps. All right, let's go back to Bloomberg here.
Tyler Kendall live at the White House for us on Bloomberg TV and radio. Thank you so much. We want to continue this conversation now with national security reporter Dan Flatley, who's here with us in our Washington, D.C. studio. Dan, I don't want to ask you to play a guessing game because obviously no one actually knows yet what was discussed between these two presidents on this call today. But if anything short of a deal being agreed to on the Russian side, will this not count as a victory for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, Kaylee, I think we're all waiting with bated breath, particularly because we don't know how Trump is going to pull this off. Mm-hmm. From our reporting, we understand that what Putin wants more than anything.
Because you have a bone-to-bone issue in some areas of the joint, and so it's eroded that cartilage, injections aren't going to help. The taking things like the turmeric, bringing down the inflammation, that's important. And the lignans, take lignans, add lignans to it to bring down that inflammation. But if you have a substantial amount of cartilage that is eroded and you have bone-to-bone contact, you're going to do further damage to your bone and cause osteoarthritis. But your cartilage, as you're moving around, will erode even more. So you're better off without seeing like a CT scan. You're better off, or an MRI. You're better off, from what you have explained to me. You're better off having knee surgery. I know you don't want to hear that, but if I had that, I would probably have the surgery. All right. But to reduce that pain, reduce that inflammation, take that turmeric and lignans. You're already taking curcumin, which is the turmeric, take lignans too. That will bring down inflammation and soak up free radicals. Right, you're getting a lot of stress in that area. You have a chronic problem, and that chronic problem is going to be inflamed every day, even while you're sleeping. And there's further erosion that's taking place. And then when you're moving around, there's additional erosion for the cartilage. That's no good. I mean, I don't believe in these injections. They may help a little bit because there's some fluid that may give it a little bit of a buffer, but then eventually it leaks out and gets dispersed within the tissues, and you're probably going to need surgery. From what you're explaining to me, you probably need surgery.
Or that truce has broken down. So, these things take a lot of time, even to get to the start of this type of truce or ceasefire, and they can break down from there. So I still think we have a long way to go before we actually know what's going to happen here.
Yeah, great. Dan sets us up for our conversation with Wendy Sherman. Dan Flatley, thank you. The former Deputy Secretary of State in the Biden administration joins us live now on Bloomberg TV and radio. Wendy, it's great to have you. The line, of course, in the Biden White House was nothing for Ukraine without Ukraine. Are the Yalta references accurate? And is that the cost of doing business? Do we just want to see the fighting end?
Well, Joe and Kelly, first, it's good to be with you and to be with Bloomberg. I think that some of these references
so for the one that has the knee issue, so I have the supplement that's lignans. And this is an antioxidant, but it also brings down inflammation. Now, typically, you use this for your immune system, all right? And it also helps with hormonal health. But it also, because you're bringing down the pro-inflammatory cytokines with the lignans, and what's happening is that you're reducing that inflammatory response, and it's synergistic with the turmeric. And by doing that, you're reducing that inflammation and reducing that erosion. But you got to be really careful because you got bone-to-bone issues because parts of your cartilage are no longer there anymore. And if they're no longer there, you can't do anything. Now, doing injections may help create a little bit of buffer, but you probably have to have multiple injections to do that. That's a short-term, very, mezzanine type treatment. the real treatment that you need is surgical surgery. But you have a lot of inflammation that's going on in that knee joint. And so you're going to get further erosion. You want to bring down that inflammation, all right? And because you already have bone-to-bone situation, you can't remodel and reduce that osteoarthritis using the high doses of D3 because you're going to erode your cartilage even more. So you can't do that. So the first part of this is to bring down that inflammatory response by taking the lignans and the turmeric that you're doing right now. The second thing that you need to do is then prepare yourself for the surgery. And then after that, then you can go and do the K2 and the D3 protocol to reduce the osteoarthritis. So it's a multiple step process. If you want to do this right, bring down the inflammation with the lignans and the turmeric. Get ready for surgery. Replace the cartilage, and then after you've healed from the surgery, that's going to take some time, and you're going to have to be, working that knee, slowly, very slowly, and rebuild and strengthen that knee, and do that rehab on that knee, and then a year or two later, then do the protocol for the D3 and the K2, the high doses of D3 with the calcium supplementation with light resistance training and to reverse the osteoarthritis. But this is a multi-year, multiple step process to heal that joint. With bone-to-bone issue, you got a problem. You're going to need surgery.
And I think in the past, President Zelensky has talked about allowing some form of autonomy as part of Ukraine for the Donbass. We know that there are a lot of Russian speakers. Many people, virtually everyone in Ukraine speaks Russian and Ukrainian, given history. So I think there are a lot of solutions here, but I think the greatest concern for me today is not only that President Trump may give Putin everything he wants and really put Ukraine at risk, but put Europe at risk, and that the president is as well with the efforts by Elon Musk and Doge taking away the tools of American power. Those include not only our diplomacy and our strong defense, but it also includes development and foreign assistance and the voice of America and the ability to do research on cutting-edge technology and cutting-edge technology for the diseases that we all face and the diseases of the future, as well as AI and quantum. And we're seeing our government reduced and our tools reduced in a way that really doesn't help American security. When business goes abroad, they want security. They want assurance. I ran a global consulting firm for over a decade. Started out with Madeleine Albright, called the Albright Group, and then became Albright Stonebridge Group.
What sort of theme is she saying? Globalization, not localization, not bringing back manufacturing jobs. We need security to make sure our multinational corporation and our global consultants feel secure in another country. That's the antithesis of what Trump wants. This is the point that I have with Bloomberg is they're always pushing globalization.
On this point around other aspects of U.S. involvement abroad, I know you signed on to the amicus brief warning of the danger of terminating foreign aid through USAID. Obviously, some of those programs under Secretary Rubio have been, if not effectively reinstated, will continue to exist. But how much damage already has been done to U.S. soft power with the attempted rollback?
I think enormous damage has already been done. I do think children will die, and Americans are just very generous people, have always been tremendous donors to ensure that children around the world don't die, but it's more direct for Americans. We ensure that disease does not reach our shores. I was around during the Ebola outbreak in West Africa between 2014 and 2016. And I can't begin to tell you the number of conversations I was part of to make sure that Ebola did not reach this country because, as you know, people get on airplanes and they travel. And we didn't want Ebola to come here, so it was in our interest to help Liberia and help Sierra Leone to make sure they dealt with Ebola. And we did that with USAID funds. In fact, we had helped Nigeria train nurses. And 200 Nigerian nurses, if I recall correctly, went to Liberia and Sierra Leone to help stop that outbreak. So, in other words, there's a chain of events that helps increase our security. The president talks a lot, as we all understand, about the needs to make sure our borders are secure. He talks a lot about the scourge of violence, of criminal behavior, of cartels, of drug dealing across our border. Well, USAID has provided monies in the past to governments in Latin America and Central America to ensure drug enforcement. Those dollars are now gone, and that puts us more at risk. So this is not just being about generous, which Americans are. This is not just about humanitarian concerns, and Americans are. And the last thing I'll say is American farmers have depended on USAID buying their goods to use abroad. For some farmers, that's easily 20-25% of their business. And so we're hurting.
Now, some farmers are private, but a lot of them are part of the Big Ag Consortium. So USAID is really a lobbying giveaway for Big Ag. Wake up. Wake up.
On Balance of Power, and we'll have much more ahead on Bloomberg TV and radio.
See, Bloomberg doesn't want to tell you the real story about things. They just want to give you half-truths. They'll tell you the truth, but only half of it. All right. What's going on with this phone call? I'd really like to know, but nothing has been reported yet. It's going to be big news today, so we got to be patient. All right, let's, while we're waiting for Bloomberg or Al Jazeera to bring up anything that's about that call from Trump, let's talk about some of the other supplements that I have. All right, that fourth pillar of the core protocol that I have, you can take Boomer Boost. All right, Boomer Boost boosts up those energy levels that you need and improves your metabolism. It has 68 nutrients in here. It's comprehensive, very comprehensive. I'm actually extremely surprised at how comprehensive this powder is. And just go to my store, take a look at the label. It's good stuff, all right? Very high quality. Now, what you want to do is take a full scooper of this, have it for breakfast or for lunch. You mix it with soft foods like hummus or yogurt. Some people mix it with applesauce. You can mix it with just filtered water. Sometimes people mix it with milk, or you can make a smoothie, however you want to do it. But take it as for your breakfast or for your lunch. All right? And do that every day. Now, if you work out, let's say you're an athlete, younger or older, you might want to use Boomer Boost as your pre and post fueling for your athletics. And that will help you to have the nutrients you need to gain the strength and have the nutrients to improve in that sport and to refuel your body and to recover. Now, Boomer Boost targets a few systems. It targets your cardiovascular system, so it's targeting your vascular system and your heart and improving that. It's targeting your brain health, improving your brain health, and it's targeting your muscles and your strength. Plus, it's boosting up your metabolism and your energy levels. Now, you will literally feel a difference, a positive difference in your health after taking this within 72 hours. I am not joking. Your sleep will be better. You will have a steady burn of energy throughout the day. You will have a little bit more vitality and want to do more. And this compounds, into that second or third week. And you just feel more rejuvenated. All right. So now this is because it has so many different supplements in here. This is the power of stacking. All right. It's not one ingredient here that does it. It's the combination. Why does combinations work? Because there's synergistic effects at a biochemistry level. That's really important. So, okay. So you're helping to reduce inflammation. You're helping with your musculature. You're helping with your brain health and your heart health and your vascular system. You're boosting up your energy levels, and you're saving money, because this 1 month supply, I'm sure, is cheaper than your daily 1 month cost for breakfast or for lunch. On top of it, you're going to lose weight. You're going to have energy, and you're going to lose weight. And you're going to get healthy. You're getting healthy, and you're going to feel it. You're going to feel the effects within 72 hours. I'm not joking about this. So, okay, you take this every day, all right? Breakfast or lunch. Now you can take it with the barley, or with the heirloom barley or the gladiator barley. Now, with the gladiator barley, you get all the benefits of the heirloom barley, but you also get strength benefits. So what's the benefits that you get from the heirloom barley? This barley is high density protein, highly nutritious. You can't get this at the store. The store barley that you get, even if it's good stuff at the organic food, is not as good as this barley. All right. You take a half or a full scoop of this every day. Now you can take it separately, or you can mix it with the Boomer Boost. You get the best benefits if you mix it with the Boomer Boost. But with the heirloom barley, you're going to be detoxifying your body daily. You're going to be bringing down inflammation daily. And you're going to soak up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. So that's going to help reduce that oxidative burden on your cells. Now, you get all the benefits in gladiator barley as you have in the heirloom barley, but you also get strength benefits. And again, you take a half or a full scoop of this, do some resistance training, and you're going to be building muscle. You're detoxifying your body. You're bringing down inflammation. You're recovering quicker in your workout. And you're soaking up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. Now, if you take these together, that's a very powerful stack. Now, you can take the Boomer Boost with the gladiator barley or with the heirloom barley. But if you want to gain muscle, you want to control those A1C levels to the max, have maximum energy, and help with your cardiovascular health, help with your brain health, bring down inflammation, detoxify your body, build muscle. This is the stack you want to do. All right. So there are a lot of people in the United States that are either borderline diabetic or diabetic, type 2 diabetes, insulin resistant. You start losing weight, you start controlling your A1C levels, you start building muscle, you start helping to improve your endocrine and your immune system, and you're going to get healthy, and you're going to start to lean down, and you're going to put less stress on your joints, and you're going to put less stress on your heart. And what's going to happen is you're going to think more clearly, you're going to sleep better. So this is a very, very powerful stack. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the gladiator barley or the heirloom barley. You can buy them separately and take them separately if you want. Or you can get the Boomer Boost and take that separately, or stack them. You get a more powerful response for your body when you stack these. Now, I've created a Boomer Boost box, longevity boost box. Okay? It's cheaper to buy the longevity boost box than it is to buy these individually. And you can use discount 5 on top of that. Literally in 72 hours, you're going to feel that you're getting healthier. And then the longer you use this, you're going to see that your body is changing and you're losing weight and you're getting better and you're controlling your A1C levels and blood pressure starts to go down and you start having a more active life, and voila, you actually are getting healthier and you're slowing down the aging process. You're soaking up those free radicals. So take this, take the longevity boost box, and you're saving money because the longevity boost box is a built-in discount. Plus you can add the discount 5 on top of it. I want these in your hand because it works. And you're literally going to feel the benefits within 72 hours. Now, what things can I went over a lot of different supplements, how to stack for different price points. I've created all these different anti-aging and longevity boxes on my store. You can buy individual products, customize, or you can buy the curated boxes, the anti-aging or the longevity boxes they all have a built-in discount at different price points, and you're targeting different systems. You can take them all, like I do. That could be expensive, but the thing is that there's lots of ways to get healthy. But it's not just about the supplementation. It's not just about stacking. It's about proper diet, proper exercise. You need to do resistance training, cardio, balancing exercises, and stretching. All 4 of those are very important. Learn new things, read, write, talk to people, get that positive neuroplasticity going. Mindfulness or prayer is really important to calm down the central nervous system and go into parasympathetic mode, bring down those cortisol levels, and proper sleep. So you're consolidating memory and you're detoxifying your central nervous system. You're well rested. Oversleep is bad. Undersleep is bad. So it's a holistic approach to slow down the aging process and to have more vitality. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Let's go back to Bloomberg here.
Or both leaders agreed this conflict needs to end with a lasting peace. They also stressed the need for improved bilateral relations between the United States and Russia. Putin and Trump agreeing to start talks on a Black Sea security agreement. Again, the need for a ceasefire and peace. But this is a little bit different in tone than what we're seeing out of the Kremlin side of things. According to IFX, the Kremlin said specifically that foreign weapons aid to Ukraine should end, though they do, according to the Kremlin. Putin backs the idea of not hitting energy objects for 30 days, keeping in mind a 30-day ceasefire is what Ukraine and U.S. officials outlined in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, this is the news here. You can read all you want about hopes for peace, about some of their posturing here, but the leaders agreed the movement will begin with an energy and infrastructure ceasefire, technical negotiations on implementation of a maritime ceasefire in the Black Sea, leading to a full ceasefire. The readout says these negotiations will begin immediately in the Middle East, presumably back to Saudi Arabia, Kaylee, where this began.
Yeah, certainly we've already seen 2 rounds of discussions held separately with Russian officials and Ukrainian officials with the U.S. at the table. And I guess the question becomes, is there a point at which all 3 parties come together, or these continue to be done?
And for the ones that have been listening to me since October 10th of 2023, I said that Ishmael is aligning themselves with Jacob, and they are going to work together for this march towards the Messianic age. And they're going to kill the negative soul root of Esau. And the positive soul root of Esau is going to align with Jacob and Ishmael. Ishmael is Saudi Arabia. Now, I said this October 10th of 2023. And we're seeing it playing out that these worldwide events for ceasefire is happening in Saudi Arabia. Ishmael has been activated.
Fighting, but some of the infrastructure that they're concerned about is at least starting a ceasefire. So, listen, is it 60% there? Listen, we're making progress. We didn't make progress for 3 years. So, I mean, obviously the devil is in the details, but
What do you think, Jeannie, about what you're hearing right now? This is our first chance to take a glance at the readout. We'll probably hear more from the president at some point. As we've mentioned, we've got our eyes on Truth Social, but an energy and infrastructure ceasefire. There's no mention of divvying up land, as Donald Trump suggested last weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it suggests, again, and I'm just like Ashley said, just still trying to read through what the little bits we're getting now, but it looks like they didn't discuss the all-important issue or couldn't come to an agreement on the land portion of this. And of course, that has been an enormous concern of both Putin and the Russians and Zelensky and Ukrainians. You know, talking is better than not talking. They seem to be making some progress if this is to be believed. But just to put in there, Zelensky, the Ukrainians are deeply concerned that these pauses that Putin may or may not agree to are really just time for him to better position himself militarily ahead of resuming the fighting. And of course, they are also concerned that their views on what should and should not happen are not being heeded. And so, you know, there's a long way to go. The problem with bilateral discussions between the U.S. and Russia, or the U.S. and Ukraine, is that this is really between Ukraine and Russia. And those two are not coming face to face yet to have these discussions. So I think we have a bit of a ways to go before we see a real concerted pause in the fighting.
Well, if we still have a ways to go, I wonder how ahead we seem to be getting on the U.S.-Russia relationship. As a headline from the Kremlin just crossed that also discussed was cooperation in energy and on economic matters. Ashley, can we really get back to a more normalized U.S.-Russia relationship without a full ceasefire, not just starting with energy and infrastructure?
I think this is the fine line that the president's trying to walk, because if we're not going to give any more aid, which is obviously very unpopular in this country as a whole, then what will happen to Ukraine if we stop giving aid? I mean, will Europe step up? That's one question. However, and I've been saying this for a few weeks now, this is one chess move in a bigger match. I think that he is starting to build some sort of relationship with Putin, keep your enemies close, because the end game is really China. China,
but you
North
still
Korea.
think he sees Putin as an enemy? Because he doesn't often speak of him in those
I think that this is a negotiation. I think that to isolate him and not have any discussions, I mean, and George Bush did the same thing, Obama did the same thing. To isolate him is probably not the way to go when you have bigger issues around the world in regards to if China.
All right, so hopefully we get more information out of the White House, not just the readout, later today, and I will cover that on my evening show tonight, hopefully. So I've been streaming for almost 5 hours. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Help support my work and help support your health by getting the supplements, stacking the way I'm telling you to stack them, apply the holistic approach, and slowly move yourself into a better you, into health and wellness, and slow down that aging process, improve your endocrine system, improve your immune system. It's really important. And you can do it. It's not out of the realm of possibility. All right? So thank you for listening. Thank you for participating on X Spaces. The ones that have been watching on Rumble, thank you very much. And the ones that have been watching on YouTube or my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, thank you very much. I will see you in the next transmission.